Because not. They're lying. They just had one.
I know.
Don't know. It's probably sitting in the sun. Yeah. Yeah, it's on my list of shit I need to remember to look at my list.
Yeah.
Hey, my name is Nick. So I've been trading for the past decade. I've made millions of dollars trading Forex,
Got your
crypto,
key?
and stocks. And I run a free Telegram channel where a lot of people ask me why I use one-to-one risk-reward ratios. A hallmark of my trading approach is the idea that I don't use positive risk-reward ratios, and instead I just use one-to-one risk-reward ratios. In today's video, I'm going to discuss with you 5 reasons why I do this instead of using 1 to 2, 1 to 5, 1 to 10, things like that. I'll put a link in the description for this free Telegram channel. It's actually a Telegram channel I started 8 years ago in the summer of 2018.
It was the most dangerous luxury in the history of the United States Marine Corps. In June 1942, the men of the 1st Marine Division stepped off their transports into what looked like a Hollywood fever dream. After months of stale crackers, salt spray, and the gray anxiety of the Pacific, they arrived in Wellington, New Zealand. They didn't find a war zone. They found a paradise of overflowing milk, endless honey, and a civilian population that treated them like conquering gods before they had even fired a single shot. To the young privates from Ohio and the grizzled sergeants from New Jersey, New Zealand wasn't a tactical theater. It was a reward. They called it the soft invasion. They walked into a country where the steak was 3 inches thick, the beer was stronger than anything they'd tasted in the States, and most importantly, there were almost no men. But while the Marines were busy falling in love with the scenery, they missed a structural vibration beneath their feet. They were walking into a society that had been hollowed out by 3 years of brutal warfare in the North African desert. They were entering a home where the fathers, brothers, and husbands were 5,000 miles away, and the people left behind were tired, proud, and increasingly protective. The Marines arrived thinking they were the cavalry coming to save a helpless colony. They didn't realize they were actually stepping into a powder keg of cultural friction that would lead to one of the most suppressed military embarrassments in Allied history.
That's correct. New Zealand's women embarrassed the American soldiers. Orb. Open range breakout.
Because while the greeting was warm, a silent warning was being whispered in the back alleys of Wellington. A warning that said, "Touch our land and die." The Americans laughed it off. They shouldn't have. Because the first mistake the U.S. military made in 1942 wasn't tactical, It was psychological. To understand the scale of the soft invasion, you have to understand the numbers. In 1942, the population of New Zealand was barely 1.6 million people. Into this small, tightly knit community, the U.S. military dumped nearly 50,000 high-energy, well-paid, and incredibly bored young men. The contrast was staggering. New Zealand was a country under austerity. Everything was rationed. The local men who remained were either too old to fight or too young to enlist. Then, almost overnight, the streets of Wellington and Auckland were flooded with the Yanks. The Marines had something the locals didn't: money.
By the way,
a U.S. private earned more than a New Zealand sergeant major. They had pogie bait, chocolate, nylon stockings, and real cigarettes, things that hadn't been seen in Kiwi shops for years. They were the bedroom commandos, clean-shaven and smelling of Old Spice, stepping into a vacuum left by the New Zealand division currently fighting Rommel in the sand of El Alamein. For the first few weeks, it was a romance. The Marines were invited into homes for Sunday dinner.
Just to track my trades, and over time, I've just given everyone the link to it, and we've got 50,000 people in here who follow my trades and analysis. But let's go ahead and get into these reasons. And what I'll do is, just in case you're not able to watch the whole video, I'll just show you all the reasons right now. You can screenshot this, and then you can go on if you want to. And then if you want to stay for the whole thing so I can break it down in more detail, then fair enough. So here are the 5 reasons. First one is a higher win rate. Number 2, market structure just makes it such that it's easier to get 1-to-1 risk-reward ratios as compared to higher targets. Number 3 is you can compound your account more consistently because you can actually increase the risk for subsequent trades and grow your account quicker. And there's a lower probability of trades going towards the profit target but then coming back and stopping out at break even or loss. And also, in my opinion, it's much better for psychology and discipline, meaning you can continue to execute the same thing over and over. So let's discuss this higher win rate and smoother equity curve first. Whenever you're using 1-to-2 risk-reward ratios or anything higher, we'll use an example here. Let's say the market is coming here to a resistance zone and we think it's going to bounce, right? So there's a resistance zone, we enter a sell. There's a couple ways you can structure this, okay? So the first way you can structure it is you can enter a trade here, and you can use a stop loss just above the zone, and you can have a target down here like near the previous low. Right, so in this case, you can have this right here, which is a positive risk-to-reward ratio. You can also do this right here, which is to say, the same entry, right, even the same stop loss, but just a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio. Let's break down the mechanics behind this, okay? With a higher win rate and a smoother equity curve, what it does is it does a couple great things for not only your trading account, but also your mindset and psychology. Whenever you have a higher win rate, which should be at least around 50% if you're using a 1-to-1 risk-reward ratio, that just means that if you're just entering random 1-to-1 risk-reward ratios for any reason at all, and just letting trades hit the stop loss or the target, you're going to end up at about a 50% win rate given enough trades. And what that does is that higher win rate will allow you to compound your account once you start getting to be profitable, meaning you can make decisions such as adding to winning trades, holding winning trades longer, cutting the losing trades a little bit quicker, like before they hit the stop loss, such that you can make your average win a little bit more than your average profit. This higher win rate is really big because even if you have a 1-to-2 risk-reward ratio, your win rate's usually not going to be around 50%. It might be a little bit below 50%, like say like 35 to 40%. And that's still fine. It's still a profitable approach. But with this, you can still have strings of losing trades in a row. Last week in trading, I lost $150,000. Actually, no, I lost $70,000. No, I lost $50,000. I lost a lot of money last week. I lost about $50,000 trading. And because of that, what happened is I had a string of losing trades, right? And I'm using 1-to-1 risk-reward ratios. Had I been using 1-to-2 or even higher, that losing streak likely would have been much more because the profitable trades that I did have meet the target, they met the targets and then shortly afterwards reversed, thus making it a little bit more difficult to have had a profitable week like ever. And then also it makes it more of a pain in the ass when you have losing streaks because they're usually compounded. So instead of losing like 10 or 20 trades in a row, right, you might lose only like 5 to 10 trades in a row on average, worst case scenario, if you're using 1-to-1s. I do think that using a high win rate really damages a trader's confidence just because if you're using a high, not win rate, but a high risk reward ratio, it just means you're going to have more trades that go towards the stop loss and then trades that you're not able to manage dynamically using your intuition and discretion. And it just causes a lot of like flaws in, I think, a trader's judgment. I prefer one-to-ones because on top of you having a profit target, it's easier to hit, which we'll talk about here in a second. It just allows you to have a higher win rate. And I really enjoy that. I enjoy not having to have crazy losing streaks. So the second thing here is that market structure really supports extreme targets. And what I want to do is I'm just going to give you an example of a trade last week that I took that I made $70,000 on. This is a group in Discord where I share all my trades. And so I'm going to show you this right here. This is my P&L for the last 4.5 months. So about $250,000 profit before swaps and commissions. And what I'll do is I'll show you this right here. So this is a GBP NZD trade. This ended up going all the way to where the target was, and it was, I think it was a little over $70,000. So it was, let's see, 50 plus 23. So that was $73,600 that I made just on that trade alone. And this was after a losing streak. And so with that, I want to show you what happened on GBP NZD because I used a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio and what would have happened had I not used a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. So you can see this trade right here. Let's see, Euro USD, where is the GBP NZD trade? GBP NZD, cool. So here it is right here. You can see I had my entries here. My original stop losses were above the recent highs. It was just a sell at resistance. That's all it was. And then I had added to it as it started to go into profit, ended up going towards the profit target. This is how the trade was structured originally. It was very simple. Price came to a daily resistance zone. I entered a sell at that daily resistance zone. I had a stop loss above the zone and then a target down here at a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. So the trade basically looked something like this. And I risked $50,000 for my first entry. It was a 1-to-1 entry up there, stop loss above and a target down here. If you'll notice is price actually went and hit this profit target last week on Friday, a couple hours before market close. So yeah, like basically like literally right there, just right there at the previous lows where it was at. And then what ended up happening is after that, you know, the weekend occurred, market opened yesterday. Price ended up going up, came back down, and then it bounced up, and now it would almost be back to break even. So this would be a trade that instead of being in $70,000 of profit, it would have come all the way back. My second entry would have been in negative drawdown right now. And my first position would probably be getting out stopped at break even, with my second position being stopped out at a loss. So instead of making $70,000 on this, I probably would have been losing about maybe $20,000. $70,000 if it keeps going up like over the next few hours. It's really, really valuable whenever you have the idea that you don't have to be a hero to win a trade, right? So the way I look at it, instead of risking, say, $100 on a trade and going for a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio, I prefer to risk $200 on a trade. Right now I'm risking $25,000 to $75,000, but I'm just putting into this in context for you with simple numbers. I'd prefer to risk $200 per trade, use a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio so that if I win, I'd still make $200. However, if I lose, I can usually get out of the trade at break even or a little bit less of a loss. Sometimes the trade's still going to come and hit the stop loss, and that's perfectly fine. That's what stop losses are for. But I use stop losses as just kind of like a worst case scenario emergency type of thing. Meaning I put the stop loss in, and the idea is that I don't want the stop loss to be hit, right? So I'm going to try to exit early if I can based on the price action and context. Using 1-to-1 risk reward ratios gives you that fluidity and that dynamic decision making to be able to use your judgment to close trades early. It gives you that kind of breathing room and flexibility because volatility.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Hey, my name is Nick. This is how the trade was structured originally. It was very, very simple. Price came to a daily resistance zone. I entered a sell at that daily resistance zone. I had a stop loss above the zone and then a target down here at a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio. So the trade basically looks something like this. And I risked $50,000 for my first entry. It was a 1-to-1 entry up there, stop loss above and a target down here. If you'll notice is price actually went and hit this profit target last week on Friday, a couple hours before market close. So yeah, like basically like literally right there, just right there at the previous lows where it was at. And then what ended up happening is after that, the weekend occurred, market opened yesterday, price ended up going up, came back down, and then it bounced up, and now it would almost be back to break even. So this would be a trade that instead of being in $70,000 of profit, it would have come all the way back. My second entry would have been in negative drawdown right now. And my first position would probably be getting out stopped at break even with my second position being stopped out at a loss. So instead of making $70,000 on this, I probably would have been losing about maybe $20,000 if it keeps going up like over the next few hours. It's really, really valuable whenever you have the idea that you don't have to be a hero to win a trade, right? So the way I look at it, instead of risking, say, $100 on a trade and going for a 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio, I prefer to risk $200 on a trade. Right now I'm risking $25,000 to $75,000, but I'm just putting into this in context for you with simple numbers. I'd prefer to risk $200 per trade, use a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio so that if I win, I'd still make $200. However, if I lose, I can usually get out of the trade at break even or a little bit less of a loss. Sometimes the trade's still going to come and hit the stop loss, and that's perfectly fine. That's what stop losses are for. But I use stop losses as just kind of like a worst case scenario emergency type of thing. Meaning I put the stop loss in, and the idea is that I don't want the stop loss to be hit, right? So I'm going to try to exit early if I can based on the price action and context. Using 1-to-1 risk reward ratios gives you that fluidity and that dynamic decision making to be able to use your judgment to close trades early. It gives you that kind of breathing room and flexibility because volatility can sometimes spike price past zones and then it comes right back into profit. And using tight risk reward ratios with tight stop losses and big risk rewards, that just makes it a lot more difficult to be able to manage things dynamically. You almost have to let the trade just hit the stop loss if you're going to be doing it that way. Using 1-to-1s in this case, I had my profit target hit. I made $70,000 and now I'm on to the next trade. So I prefer to risk a little bit more money, or in my case, substantially more money, and using a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio as compared to risking a lower amount of money and using a high risk reward ratio. You just have fewer losing streaks. You have a higher win rate. It's easier on psychology and mindset, in my opinion. And you also have fewer instances of price trying to go into profit and then coming all the way back because it didn't hit your, say 1-to-2 risk to reward ratio. So that is the second reason. So what we'll do is we'll go back up here and we'll cover these last three reasons. That way it can give you more of the context. So go here to the daily. So the third one is more consistent compounding. This one, I don't even have to show you an example on the charts because it's basically a math defense of this. So more consistent compounding, look at it this way. If you're going to be trying to compound your account, what that means is as your account grows, you start risking higher dollar amounts. And it could be the same percentage, right? So if you start risking, say, 10% of a $1,000 account, that's $100 per trade. Well, let's say you grow the account to $2,000, but you're still risking 10%. Even though the percentages stay the same, the dollar amount you're risking is now $200 on a $2,000 account, 10% of the account. And you're able to do this in a lot more linear of a way with less kind of volatility spikes in your equity curve as it hopefully goes up and to the right. You're able to do this way better and way more consistently with a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio as compared to having to brave the storm and fight in the trenches of using like a 1-to-2 or a 1-to-5 or, God forbid, an even higher risk reward ratio. With more consistent compounding, what it can do is it allows you to be able to allocate more risk to trades that are higher quality, knowing that you don't have to be a hero and catch the next crazy move of like a 1-to-10 risk reward ratio to be able to make any money. You have less losses, you have way more wins. You're not trying to, quote, be a hero and trying to catch the next big crazy move. You're trying to just catch the small consistent moves where price just bounces away from the major support resistance levels of a zone. And I find this so much more easy and consistent to compound just because it allows you to be able to continue to scale up your risk in terms of dollar amounts, even if you keep the percentage risk the same. And that, in my opinion, and in my experience, having done this myself for years and also having taught like over 4,600 clients how to do this, I find it's a way more consistent way of growing your account in an actual way where it's like, you can call it compounding. It's an actual, you're not growing a $100 account, only $20 profit for the whole year, right? That's a 20% gain. That's great. But most people, whenever you're trading something like Forex, you're not looking to get S&P 500 returns. You'd like to kind of outpace the market. And you're only able to do that with higher risk. And you can add that higher risk to compounding. And it's easier to do with a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio than a 1-to-2 or higher. Number 4, there's a lower probability of almost winning. So this kind of plays into number 2. But this idea is that the lower probability of almost winning means that whenever you buy, say, at a support zone, which, for example, I'm long on GBP CAD right now, right? These are my 2 trades I'm in. I'm in a USD/JPY short and a GBP CAD long right now. So, right, this GBP CAD trade has a $50,000 profit target. And this one is, it's if I win, it'll be a $50,000 profit, and that would be super, super nice. And the reason here that I say that there's a lower probability of almost winning is because if you're just using 1-to-1 risk reward ratios, whenever price does start moving into profit, you'll generally get your targets hit pretty easily, right? Meaning, like, if you enter a trade, price just has to bounce off the zone and go into a nice significant profit. And if it goes into a significant profit of just 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, those targets are way more easy to hit, right? So you have less chance of, let's say you target the highs up here and it's over a 1-to-2 risk reward ratio. You have something like this where it could go up, comes all the way back. This takes like a week and now you're still at break even. Then it tries to go up here and then it reaches really high, almost hits the highs, then it drops all the way back. I don't like having long trade durations, and I don't like having trades that almost win, right? They almost went to the profit target, or they went to significant profit, and then, God forbid, you added to it, and then it comes back, and then it's a break even on your, on your initial trade, and your second entry that you added is now sitting on a loss, and you have to close it. And what could have been a nice winning trade, had you just risked a higher dollar amount and taken the smaller, more predictable move of just a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, you're now having trades almost hit your profit target and then immediately reversing. I don't like that. I don't prefer that to be the case. And so in my opinion, 1-to-1 risk reward ratios just works way better for me. So closing it up here in the last part, I think it's better for psychology and discipline. This kind of ties together the previous 4 things. Whenever you're trading, you'll notice that one of the biggest detriments to your confidence is just losing streaks, right? So just losing a couple trades in a row, whether that's 2, 3, 4, 5 trades in a row. That can cause a lot of people to go really, really crazy. However, if you're using a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio, it's very likely that regularly you're going to be having winning trades, right? Because again, even if you just blindfold yourself and enter random trades with 1-to-1 risk reward ratio and no dynamic management, meaning no closing losing trades early, no adding to winning trades, nothing like that. You just blindfold yourself, enter 1-to-1 risk reward ratio trades and let it hit stop or target. You're already ahead of 90% of traders because 90% of traders lose money. If you do that, you're going to roughly break even net of fees and commissions and swaps, right? Because if you enter 1-to-1, half the time it'll go to the profit target, the other half the time it'll go to the stop loss. So guess what? In terms of being a better for psychology and discipline, you are starting out with a trading approach in which you're, I don't want to say guaranteed to not lose money because you can't guarantee anything in trading. Trading's risky, and the fact is that most people lose money. It's really hard. It's really difficult to do. And so I think it's better for psychology and discipline because you know that at least half the time, roughly on average, given enough trades, price will hit the profit target. That's a great place to start, especially for a beginner. If you're in a position where you're not yet profitable, I'd say, you're beginner if you're not profitable, you're intermediate if you are somewhat break even, and then you are, I don't know if I'd say expert, but you're doing very well if you can make any significant amount of profit over the course of like a 6 to 12 month period. Whenever you're doing that, 1-to-1 risk reward ratios enable you to do that much, much easier. And it's way easier in their psychology because whenever you start with 1-to-1 risk reward ratios and just let it play out, if you can just start closing losing trades a little earlier and then holding winning trades to the profit target, and then in some cases adding to winning trades if the context makes sense, then what you can do is you can start making a little more than you lose long term. Using 1-to-1 risk reward ratios gives you not only the freedom and dynamics to be able to manage those things and get out of losing trades early and hold winning trades longer, but it also allows you to have way more wins because you know that the next win is just right around the corner instead of having to think like, man, I've lost 5.
Mark, you finish filming and making this thing, and then becomes, as far as I can tell, the incredibly long process of getting this actually in theaters. So for people to watch it and spend, queue up for you,
money,
human money. Yeah,
no, but okay, wait, I'm serious. So you finished this movie in early 23?
Yeah, probably March. I think we were wrapped at the end of March or beginning of April. I can't remember.
So, okay, so March, April 23, it's a 35-day shoot. And there's this massive gap between then and when it releases now in early 26.
Almost 3 years.
3 years gap.
Yep.
What is going on in that time?
So at the same time that we did this, there a few things happened. I got a Spotify podcast deal. And so that came with some obligations. I had to make like 3 to 4 podcasts a week. So we were recording all the time. Some weeks I had to record like 5.
And we can agree, a lot harder than making a movie, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Podcasting is probably the
hard,
most
man.
noble profession.
I think anyone who makes a podcast is actually a hero. And I think the Nobel Committee should consider this.
Day in,
Yeah.
day out.
Yeah, it's just a grind, you know. It really is the toughest job there is.
Have you guys watched The Studio?
Yeah.
Did you get to the episode where he's dating that doctor and he's at the
Yeah,
this
they're
reminds me
making
of
fun
that.
of
You
him
know,
there.
I think those doctors, those uppity bastards, should like step out of the way for the entertainment.
Spin a day in a
Really matter.
podcaster's shoes
Yeah,
and see if
exactly.
that
Crumble.
compares the time at LA General. Okay, he doesn't.
Yeah. Yeah. But so I had that, and then obviously I have a YouTube channel, and then the clothing company that I have, Cloak. I was working on it, and then I had to take it over because I wanted to change some things. So all of these things are happening. I worked on the movie on weekends because that was the only time no one would bother me because everyone else.
This is editing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Everyone else takes weekends off. So I didn't. And that's when I made the movie.
Okay.
Grind set. Love it.
Okay, so when does editing finish?
Editing was, well, see, the way I edit really pisses off the post house.
Was it the day before the movie came out?
Pretty much. No, not necessarily, but it was a couple months before the movie came out because it's really difficult, especially as someone with ADHD, to jump back into something after it's been a week. And so it was very hard for me to get the ideas flowing consistently every weekend. So it took a very long time to get there, and ideas I would come up with alternate things, and I had the set in, well, not the set, the front of the ship in mind so I could get like coordinates and things. I was double checking, making sure all the coordinates make sense, making sure the pathing of the map actually worked. There was a whole thing where the way the proximity worked from when we filmed it to the post side was we filmed it incorrectly. It's not even a thing. The developer was on set every day, and we had talked about it and being like, because the way it in the game works is where the arrow points is forward constantly, and so the proximity isn't just like north of the ship always constant. It's west and east isn't always constant. It changes based on, or it doesn't change based on the arrow. We filmed it in a way that it did, and even that's confusing to say because basically, if in the game, if you're going this way and something's in front of you, it would beep, at the tip of the arrow would beep it. We filmed it so that it was constantly north because in my mind, I was like, oh, the angle is going to change in the camera inside it. So it would make sense to have the front of the ship. The north would be always a pure reference no matter what, but it's front of the ship, and filmed it wrong. So we had to change it for the whole fucking movie.
Well, like in post? Or?
In post, yeah. So I would be filming either inserts of the front console to change up the inserty shots.
Is this just YouTuber brain like seeing the comments, like this one nitpicky comment, and you're like preparing? Because there's no way I would have been able to track that as a viewer of where this.
It mattered that it made sense. It didn't matter which one it was. It was matter what told the story better, right? And so there are times in there, especially in the front. The shot of the creature going over the sub when I'm looking up like, no, that's in the trailer. If you notice the trailer, the arrow's going a different way. And then in the movie, it's going north because I realized from that shot, it didn't make sense because the arrow should be pointing north because the creature's going over left to right. And if the lights are going west to right, so it made more sense to really teach the audience that this is how the proximity works, because there's such a small window to teach them. And so it doesn't matter for most people. They get the idea. But consistency in those things and the attention to detail will matter in the long run, because then there is a logic to how it works. And again, the game was correct in how to do that. And I don't want it just to be nonsense. I had to make sure every number made sense, every position on the map made sense, and the way the ship works makes sense, because then you can put it in the back of your mind and you don't question it. It just becomes the universe. And if the universe is more accurate, then people will not pay attention to it and it won't distract from the story.
That makes sense. Okay. Here's the question I'm teasing out, is I'm trying to figure out, is like, in between you finishing the movie, and maybe you're editing during this, you have to get a bunch of theaters to agree to show this movie because you don't have a distributor.
Yeah.
I want to figure out, like, did a distributor approach you? Did you think about going that route? Did you have to, like, how did this go? Because
Could I jump in real quick? Because I think I talked to a couple friends who are more embedded in the film industry. And this is one of the things they were most curious about. Because from their perspective, this is one of the great gatekeeping things in film. Of if you were to pursue a project like this independently, it's very difficult to actually distribute and get the movie into a bunch of theaters.
Yeah.
So with that context in mind, I'm very curious how you managed to do that.
Theater owners, they want to make money no matter what. And that is the bottom line way that you can get in with them. You can rent a theater screen if you wanted today. You could go to a movie theater and you could be like, how much to rent theater number 9? I want to do a private event there. They do that all the time. They want to make money. We had the help of this company called Centurion Films, and they're basically a communicator between the movie people and the small independent theaters, the not AMC, not Regal, not Cinemark. They go to these independent theaters and they say like, hey, we will help you communicate with the movie industry to get you movies. But also if there are smaller things, we can communicate and go back and forth. And they take a very small percentage compared to what some of the bigger studios do, because the work is just purely just like they're going to go to a theater and they're going to do that asking, hey, can I rent a theater? So they previously did, smaller releases. This is by far the biggest release they've ever done, because we started this with just being like, we're just going to try to have an individual relationship. We either call them ourselves or we hire someone to call them. And we basically hired them to call.
Just to be clear, you're calling theaters and saying, hey, will you show our movie?
That's what they're doing. Yes. Yeah. Okay. And so they have a relationship.
Is it a sales pitch though? Is it like, hey, this movie's going to be big. It's got a YouTuber. It's like,
yeah.
Okay. So you're just trying to convince them this is going to not be a waste of their time. Like,
yeah, exactly.
And do you have to pay them up front of like a guarantee?
So it could work that way, or it could be how the studios do, which is just be like ticket share. And so the way that you have a more, it depends on the circumstance. If you're doing an eventized thing where you're only going to do one weekend or something, it might be better to do the buying out the theater if you know you can sell it, right? If you know you can fill a theater, you might make more if you do that. If you don't know what the scope is going to be, doing those individual deals might be very difficult to pay up front and rent all those if you're not going to fill.
Yeah, you don't know.
But the theater owners don't always want to do the split share because they run the risk of, well, if no one shows up and we're not going to make anything off of this, where we could, sell you this whole thing and you buy it, wall to wall, each theater at a time. So the nitty gritty of that is down to the individual project and the person who decides what approach they're going to do better. The theater obviously likes to make money, so they're probably going to be like, oh, we're into the whole thing. But if you want a distribution in this company, they bring the movie to the theater and they're like, hey, we think this can go. This is who the guy is. And thankfully, there's a lot of theater owners who may know who I am. They look at my numbers and they'd be like, okay, this might work. So we had he wanted to do 3 theaters to start with.
3 theaters.
The guy from Centurion Films wanted to do 3. And I said to him, like, I think that, and don't take this wrong way, I think that's an insultingly low number. Not to me, but to my audience, because my audience is very large and they're going to feel bad if I tell them, hey, buy tickets. The people in these 3 cities,
drive
everyone
100
else,
miles to
fuck
the
off.
nearest.
and even when we got to 56, I think 60 is how many theaters, 62 or something like that eventually were there for the day that we launched the sales of it. And even then my audience was like, oh, I got to drive 2 hours. Okay, I'll do it. And they were willing to do it. The difference here between this and the traditional model is you don't have a guarantee of how many you're going to get. There's no network. There's no like AMC has so many theaters. They're going to put it in these things. They're going to evenly distribute it. They're going to work out a consistent deal. You don't have to individually make deals with these theaters. So it is a bit more complicated. But by hiring this company, we don't have to do all that ourselves. My wife, Amy, built the website to show where the theaters were going to be. And so this is a long-winded way of saying there is a system in place for other people to get their movie out there. And even if it's just you call one theater and be like, hey, I would like to show my movie. I have this many things. I will put a pre-order up for sales. This is how we're going to do it. Hey, do you think you have a time where I could do this, right? And you could set it up in a completely unrated. You don't need to submit it for rating if you want to, and they could sell the tickets unrated. We obviously got a rating for it, and I knew it was going to be R, so I didn't even question it.
Was it R?
Yeah.
Is your main channel more family friendly? Because you curse a lot. You're angry in this movie.
I curse all the time on my channel. No, I curse all the time. Yeah, and that's basically it. It is a little complicated, but thankfully there's a company like Centurion Films, and I'm sure there are other companies out there that are willing to help out with the smaller steps to get there. And then because if it does well, these other theaters, they get FOMO real easily. They go like,
is that what happened here? Did it scale up? Because I know you had like 1,300 theaters, but
because now it's in AMC's, right? Like I look at listings now.
Okay, so you started with, I think, 56, you said, right?
Yeah, 50, 60 or something.
I saw the website, and then by the time I opened it, which was like, I don't know, 2 hours or something after you guys launched it, already it was in like hundreds of theaters. How do you specifically add theaters to that list? Are they calling you, or is your company reaching out to them and saying, look, now we have 100, add more. Now we have 200.
It was a logistical nightmare. This is actually where things started to almost break down because we did not have a bookings email. We did not have a way for these theaters to really get to us in mass. Even Centurion Films was kind of overwhelmed because not all the theaters knew to reach out to them. So they were trying to reach out to me personally.
YouTube comments?
Yeah, YouTube comments, like random email addresses.
AMC in your top comments.
Actually, there's YouTube comments.
Not lying.
Oh,
Yes.
it's so
People
funny.
were posting on my subreddit, and it was very difficult because we had to manually converse with each one of these and send them to Centurion Films, and then we had to get the theater information as soon as booked, and then we had to manually put it in the website. There's literally a big spreadsheet because Amy, who built the website, did not anticipate making 4,000 entries. So it's a gigantic spreadsheet where it's the theater name, the address, the GPS like location of it, the coordinates of it, so that a pin can be put on the map, and then a website, right? And it had to scale and scale. So every day we were adding manually, just like adding into the spreadsheet more entries while Centurion Films was talking and making arrangements. Then by Monday, when all the other bigger chains were like, hey, something's happening, I got a call from Cinemark, and they were like, hey, well, we would love to get it. We'll get in 50 theaters. And then I get a call from Regal, like, every theater. We're going to put it in all the theaters. Legitimately. Regal was so down. Regal was very, very excited. Then AMC joined up because all of them are just like, hey, it's just selling. We want to make money. And That's what I mean. Theaters want to make money. If you can get that momentum going, even if, and the momentum doesn't have to be to 4,000 or all international at all. It could be like one theater spills over. Suddenly they've got a lot of showings at that theater, and you could saturate a theater pretty hard. But all of your audience is going to be there. Then you do like coast to coast. You could do one LA, one New York. You could do, and a lot of my audience was actually rural, so there was a lot of smaller theaters in the middle of the country that filled up really quickly. So like if you got any kind of fan base, you don't need 38 million. That'll get you 4,000 theaters if you want to scale up like that. If you had less, you can fill theaters because people want also the theater experience. People want a reason to go out, have a date night. They want a reason to go. People like movies. And so, yeah, it's
that's the interesting thing, Moses, because you say 38 million will fill 4,000 seaters. But this is the first time that's been proven. Like if I'm a skeptical theater owner when you're doing this pitch, I would probably say 3 months ago, yeah, you have a big YouTube audience, but they're not gonna show up and go butts in seats. That's what I would have thought as a person 3 months ago. So you've kind of changed that. I wonder, do you think this will lead to other, at least people, maybe not exactly your size, but of that larger class trying to do this? This proves the point that a big YouTube audience can translate to real seats.
Yeah, I don't think everyone's big YouTube audience can. There are certain YouTubers, and there's no discredit to them, but there's certain YouTubers that have an audience that is there for the content.
Was it you? Was it her? Fuck is that noise? Is that you? That's okay, honey. That's him. I love you. You okay? Just back off. Just back off. And about now it dies. Okay, it worked.
Content more than the person. And so like you have certain
He spirals right here, and I'm on. There's that look again, and then I'm going to be on him. Right after this look, I grab. We're over it. We are over it. You are over this behavior from your dog at your house. It doesn't matter who's number 2 and number 3. You are number 1. There are people who think dominance doesn't exist. They actually know it exists, but they want to tell you it doesn't exist because they don't know how to deal with it.
And the one thing that people always want to see is they always want to see us. And if the only requirement to getting in the top 3% of the last fiscal quarter of app builders is to... Hello, welcome to the Roy Lee Show. In the past 12 months, I have scaled 2 companies to 2 software products to well over $100,000 a month each. Pretty much exactly this time 1 year ago, I launched my first software product, Interview Coder. Well, my first successful software product, Interview Coder, and that ended up doing, at its best, over $250,000 a month. Currently, is still doing well over $140,000 per month. Immediately, within 3 months of starting Interview Coder, actually, I immediately took my learnings and started another software product, Cluely, loosely based off the technology of Interview Coder, and I then subsequently scaled that to within its first month doing $100,000 and every month after doing well over that. In this video, I'm going to teach you all how to build and market an app that does over $100,000 a month organically and show you that it really isn't that hard and you're probably doing a lot of wrong things. Step 1 is finding the right idea. This is where I actually disagree with most contemporary thought leaders, and I actually think most people get the idea generation part of company building wrong. There's essentially 2 schools of thought when coming up with ideas for your startups. The first is you should try and come up with something net new that will change the world, you know, like some new insight that you have. Build something new in the area. Don't try to copy everyone else. And the second school of thought is copy the guys who are most successful, because odds are very likely that, you know, like ideas mean nothing, execution means everything. So instead of trying to come up with something net new, just try and copy the people who are actually working. And to this, I would actually say, you know, I actually have experience doing both of these things exactly. My first startup, Interview Coder, was completely net new, generally net new technology. It was a net new user experience, and it was a completely different type of tool. Prior to this, mainstream cheating tools for interviews using AI didn't really exist, and I was kind of the first pioneer to really start something like that. And my second tool, Cluely, is in one of the most crowded spaces ever. It's an AI note taker. So I have experience both copying the people that work, and I also have experience building successful products where I just decided to build something net new. Much more importantly than what your idea is, the most important thing is to make sure that your idea is quickly testable. This is something that I think pretty much every college student gets wrong when trying to come up with startup ideas. Every single person that I've actually talked to who is interested in being an entrepreneur but has not actually gotten far along on the journey has the same problem, that they want people to not judge them for their startup being cringe or easy or stupid. Nobody wants to be the guy. saying, yo, I'm building an alarm app. How can I scale my alarm app? Everyone wants to be the guy saying, yo, I'm building this foundational model for fucking doctors, and we're gonna solve cancer. We're gonna solve this aggregate, like extremely niche agricultural problem. Everyone wants to be involved in doing something cool. So people will pick these very, very niche ideas that they know a very little about, pick these impossibly hard, impossibly specific, impossibly weird to understand, difficult to understand problems, because they want to hide behind the shield of, oh, I'm doing something interesting. And the reason why you don't understand that it's very, very simple, the reason why you don't really understand is because it's so hard, it's so beyond your knowledge, and I'm just such a smart guy. And this is the easiest trap to fall for. In fact, like the last startup I was working on before Interview Coder was a startup called Drink Inc. And it was supposed to be a map, a data visualizing map that was supposed to find for liquor providers in New York City all the new restaurants that were opening up that they could sell their liquor to. So if I'm selling beer, then here's all the restaurants that are opening up that I might want to sell beer to. And that is such a niche, random, specific, hyper-specific problem that I just thought it'd be cool to tell people, yeah, like I'm doing this fucking like liquor procurement data visualization software, and it's like super cool and tough. And that's just the worst type of thing to do. It's very, very difficult to validate your idea in such a tight, specific niche market. It's very difficult to actually build a thing because you don't really know who you're building for, but it is cool to tell people, you know, you're doing something very interesting and very net new. You can almost always brute force your way to success if you just keep throwing enough shit on the wall. It doesn't really matter.
Good boy. You can chill. You can chill. You can stay there. Stay. Good boy. Good boy.
Matter what kind of shit you're throwing on the wall. It just matters that you keep throwing shit on the wall, because the number one reason that companies fail, truly the number one reason why there aren't a million college millionaires from software apps, is because most people just don't get to throw enough shit on the wall. They don't try enough things at all. The first idea that anyone ever has is always some very niche, very specific, very weird idea, and almost nobody wants to go out and say, fuck it, I'm building alarm apps and I'm just gonna try and market them via ads. It's just an uncool thing to do. So I would say, whether you're trying to build something net new, whether you actually have some insane knowledge, you know, you grew up like fucking trading Pokemon cards and you've got this like insane knowledge about Pokemon cards that you think you can build a company around, whether you're doing that or whether you're just copying products that already exist, just make sure you're doing something that you can test very quickly. And the reason the title says in 2 months is because you do not want to, you never want it to take more than 2 weeks to a month to build a very first initial MVP prototype of your product. If it's taking more than 2 weeks to a month, then honestly, you just need to pick something else, because that takes way too much time for you to actually be convinced. And this advice I would not recommend this advice for someone like a second-time founder or a third-time founder who's gone through the hall. They understand what's to be expected, you know, roughly. They have a better idea of what's to be expected at the end of the tunnel. They already have the win, you know. They understand that if I just keep hauling at this thing, you know, eventually the shit might actually stick. Most people do not realize that they even have the chance of building a successful company. They don't realize that they can actually make $1 online from their software. So the very first thing you need to do is extremely quickly try and get something out there with your name on it that you can sell. Because odds are the most likely scenario is that you watch this video, you get inspired. In fact, that's not even the most likely scenario. The most likely scenario is that most of y'all are gonna watch this video in the shower and then fucking never build anything. The second most likely scenario is that you guys are going to try to build something and then quit before it's deployed. And the third most likely scenario is that you guys actually get to building a very simple product, get out to market, and then can never fucking market it. So pick an idea that is very simple. Keep throwing shit at the wall. The only time your shit is not going to stick to the wall is when you genuinely just stop throwing shit on the wall. Step 2. How do you validate an idea? I think most people really suffer from getting their app out and then getting it to their first 100 customers. Most people are just completely unable to do this. In fact, in the last 3 months, there were 24,000 new subscription-based apps that were published to the App Store, the iOS App Store, and of them, only 700 made over $100 in gross revenue. 700. That's less than 3% of all the apps that were published ever got 100 people to pay $1 for their app. There's a bunch of builders out there who spend all this time, you know, like working hard to get their app deployed and onto the App Store, but they don't actually make any money. And The reason is because, again, it's actually the exact same problem as problem number one, as the problem for step number one. The problem is that people don't want to actually tell anybody what they're doing. You know, everyone wants to be building a stealth startup, you know, like building in silence and not be loud online. And, oh, I don't want to be an influencer. I'm just going to be this secret startup founder, and I'm going to actually be doing this super tough thing. And, you know, like let's face it, bro, like, you're not fucking Peter Thiel, like, relax. Everyone knows about 100 people, whether they're your friends, whether they're your ops, whether they're your fucking professors, your family. Everyone knows 100 people. And if the only requirement to getting in the top 3% of the last fiscal quarter of app builders is to talk to 100 people, call up 100 people and say, hey, will you pay for my app? It costs $1, then it actually is very easy to get in the top 3%. Pretty much the only advice I have for truly validating an idea, because you don't really need that many people to validate an idea. You know, you maybe just need like 100 people to try it before you realize, like, hey, people like this shit, or hey, people don't like this shit. Assuming, of course, that your idea is very simple. So how do you get 100 people? You just use your network. The first 100 customers is very, very easy. The first 100 customers are always, they should really just be people that you know. Exhaust your social network. The problem with most college students and most people watching is that you guys have never ever even posted on your Instagram, hey, I built this thing, will you go check it out? Because most people are just way too fucking scared to do that. The reason why this step is validating your idea and not marketing your idea is because the validation step is often the most important step. It is the step that will tell you, should I keep trying to pursue this very simple idea? Is there even a particle of poop that has, of shit that is sticked onto the wall? Is there even any sort of promise in here? Or should I just fucking abandon the idea at all? And it is very, very easy to validate as long as you can get over the fear of social judgment. And in every single video of mine, I'm always talking about social judgment because that is the single blocker for A, coming up with a simple idea, and B, executing on the idea and validating it. Genuinely, if you can just stop worrying about what your friends think about you, how gay your friends think you are for building a fucking alarm app or fucking recipe app or fucking calorie tracking app, like no matter how gay your friends are gonna think that you are, there's nothing gayer than being a broke loser at 35. So please, 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 just try and fucking get over the fact that people are going to judge you, put your work out there, and if you can.
In this video, I'm going to be showing you how I built a $3 million brand in just 30 days. In a niche I knew absolutely nothing about, all through an AI strategy that allowed me to not just uncover an untapped product, but create a brand that resonated with hundreds of thousands of girls. You're going to see me dig into their lives, find out what they're looking to buy, and branding the product seamlessly using their identities. You'll see how I created my website, how I created my viral videos, and how I launched $1 million advertising campaign. I'm literally going to be showing you everything, so let's just dive straight into it. So this is my product. They're called Pilates grip socks. These little grips at the bottom of the sock are what prevent girls from slipping whilst they're doing Pilates. Now, although the store generated over 100,000 orders and won a Shopify award, I didn't know anything about Pilates before I found this product. But it's through this AI strategy that I'm about to show you where I was able to find this untapped product, but then more than that, find exactly who I was selling to so that I could use their identities to create my brand. So the first thing that you want to be doing is getting into a growing market. You don't want to be getting into a stagnating or declining market because there's no.
This is a video apparently made by a viewer. Thank you to Nomad and Asmongold. Nomad's one of my mods.
Hi. This video is going to be way different from the videos I have made in the past. And I never planned on making a video like this. As many of you may know, I currently live in a country where it's not doing well. I want to give a massive thanks to Asmongold and Nomad for giving me the courage to make a video like this. During the last few years, whatever major events happened inside of Iran, most big content creators didn't really talk about it. But one of
they don't talk about it at all. It's embarrassing that they don't get into it.
Only large creators who kept talking about it consistently was Asmongold. And what stood out to me wasn't just how he mentioned it. It was how he handled it. It was how he was honestly reacting to everything. From the outside, that might not seem important, but when you live somewhere that feels isolated, where the internet barely works, where the platforms are blocked, where your country mostly shows up only in the headlines, having someone with that kind of reach just saying, yeah, this is happening, and treat it like real life instead of content, that hits differently.
I've heard that a lot of people from Iran are watching the content and they see it. No, I really appreciate it. I do.
Asmongold was trending near the top in Iran for several days.
What? Wait, what? Wait a second. Just a minute. Oops. Here, let me. What does this say? No, I want to know what this says. Okay. Where is it? Translate to English. My friend, in the independent Western media outlets and news channels, no one is alone except you. Asmongold. Iran is one of the craziest and funniest champions. Iran has one of the craziest and funniest champions. They have very high views and likes, and they really watch and pay attention to you. Just click and see for yourself. Oh my God. How about that? On a quick note, he had to make this video on his old hardware and using multiple VPNs to even be able to upload the video. Oh my God.
Almost never happens. And it wasn't because of the drama, it was because people felt seen. So genuinely, thank you from me and everyone else who was watching your content from my country. For just
I mean, sure, it's my pleasure to do so, number one. And number two, it's that, you know, you look at a lot of these like things that happen internationally, and if these things that happen are inconvenient for certain narratives or they go against certain, you know, like kind of secondary narratives, they don't even get discussed on the media at all, because the media doesn't really care about telling people the truth. They want to tell them a story. And that's the reason why I do what I do. It's because if I don't talk about this stuff, if I don't get into this stuff, then what's going to happen is that you have basically nobody talking about it at all. Nobody has any... It's like nobody actually cares about what the truth is or what's happening.
Acknowledging that we exist, and that mattered more.
Doing more for global diplomacy than USAID. Listen, I'm doing a lot for diplomacy, but there is one man who does more, and that is I Show Speed. Bro, like that guy, they need to just take the USAID budget and just give it to him.
You probably realize. I need to say something important before we continue with this video. In this video, there are things I cannot fully explain, details, names, and even some actions I have took. Not because I want mystery and not because I want attention, but because being specific wouldn't be safe.
It'll reveal information that could be used to reverse identify him.
So if parts feel incomplete, please understand why. This is as much as I can share safely. Maybe one day, if I live somewhere safer, I'll be able to speak about it more freely.
Don't show this to iDubbbz! Don't show this to Oh, he's not gonna like this!
I am 26 years old. I was born and raised inside of Iran, and I live in the capital. I come from a middle
so he's right there. He's in it.
Class family, nothing special, just trying to survive like
just an average guy.
About 6 years ago, I worked with my father at a company.
This is one of the things that a lot of people don't understand about Iran, is that Iran has, and you know, historically has had some of the highest rates of, you know, like women who are inside of, you know, technology and highly educated. And Iran is actually one of the, you know, we were talking about IQ yesterday. Iran is one of the highest IQ countries in the entire world. The Iranian people are incredibly intelligent. They're very well educated. And I think that's what makes the Iranian oppression so bad, right? It's because these people were on top of the world, and they have every right to be on top of the world. But because of Islamic oppression, they are basically being treated as slaves in their own country. It's awful. And the slaves to a death cult ideology.
Death cult.
Some of them, I'm sure, would want to be Muslims and they want to be part of Islam. Sure, that's fine. But the way that they do it over there is insane. The people over there, it's not normal, you know, just, you know, American Islam. These people are fucking insane, radical psychopaths.
At the time, I earned around $150 a month. Based on the dollar rate back then, that sounds extremely low.
It's really
but
bad,
here,
yeah.
that was considered average.
Wow.
Over the last few years, everything has changed.
Yeah,
the
it's going up
price of
massively.
dollar increased by about 249%.
And that was before it hit the event horizon, as far as I know. And that's whenever things really kind of went out of control. Has the UN ever said anything about Iran? The UN is also compromised. The UN is completely compromised. You can't trust the UN to do anything good.
We get paid in real, but almost everything is priced based off of US dollars, plus extra profit.
Yeah, of course. And why are they paying? Why are they pricing it off of US dollars? It's because reals are fucking worthless, like they're monopoly money.
Added by the seller. You might hear me saying Rial and Toman a lot. It's the same currency. Toman is basically a Rial with 1 0 removed. Because of the numbers are too big, the people shorten them when speaking.
I mean, bro, if you have to number crunch your currency,
you're fucked.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, you are fucked.
Really?
See, bro,
like, I mean, if you're number crunching currency, like, I mean, what are we doing here? Yeah, this is nuts.
I start
yeah, like World of Warcraft, exactly. Yeah, a stat squish. Like, come on, guys.
Talking about anything else, I need to explain the state of living in Iran. It's hard to explain with words alone, so I'll simplify it with numbers. Okay. Since the early 1980s, the price increases inside of Iran have reached around...
Keep in mind the Islamic Revolution in Iran was 1979. Just, you know, little fun fact there.
1980s, the price increases inside of Iran have reached around 198,000%.
No wonder they try. Yeah, this is nuts.
I start
yeah, like World of Warcraft, exactly. Yeah, a stat squish. Like, come on, guys.
Talking about anything else, I need to explain the state of living in Iran. It's hard to explain with words alone, so I'll simplify it with numbers. Okay. Since the early 1980s, the price increases inside of Iran have reached around...
Keep in mind the Islamic Revolution in Iran was 1979. Just, you know, little fun fact there.
1980s, the price increases inside of Iran have reached around 198,000%.
That means that a $1 loaf of bread in 1980 is now $200,000. Okay? A loaf of bread is now $500,000.
No wonder they're trying to burn this fucking place down.
No, wait, sorry. 100% is double, okay? It's not times 200,000. It's times 2,000. So a loaf of bread is now $2,000.
God damn.
Meaning the money has lost all its value over time. Buying
Holy
a home
shit.
is no longer realistic. Even on the outskirts of the
First time.
capital, 1 square per
And the thing is that, like, I'm joking, right? Because, like, their idea of not being able to buy a home is like, it's like somebody saying I can't buy a home in America in like 1960. It's like we have it easy compared to them.
meter costs around 50 million toman, which is 500 million real.
500 million?
As translation
For
for
1 meter
1
of
square
land.
per meter, that's about 10.7 square feet.
What
An
the
average
fuck?
worker now earns about $107 a month. So someone has to work around 4 months just to afford 10.7 square feet of a home. That's barely the size of a small bathroom. Because of this, most people gave up on buying entirely. So
He
people
just said
rent
that a
instead.
1x1
But
is a
renting
small
here
bathroom.
works
No,
very
that's half
differently
toilet.
than the most countries.
Yeah.
In many places, you pay 1 month of rent as deposit.
Sure.
Here, for a small apartment, if your monthly rent is around 20 million tuman, which is 200 million real, you also need a down payment of 2 to 4 billion tuman, or 20 to 40 billion real.
So they're asking for really big down payments because they know that the contract that they set won't be future proof because of the currency, like the continual currency inflation. That's the reason why they're doing it, basically. They're saying, like, okay, pay us a lot of money up front because we can't agree on any payment number because the currency could do anything. You see how this happens?
That money just
That's probably
sits
why.
there. Most families can't afford that alone. Everyone has to work together
ridiculous.
just to survive. At this point, people aren't planning futures. They're just trying to get through the month.
Yep.
PS, at the time of the editing, the price of dollar went up again, and currently,
Oh, no.
instead of $107 a monthly, it's $93 monthly.
And
Update, guys. In the last 3 days, my monthly salary went down by 10% again. God damn it.
average monthly income is around
Shit.
15 million tuman, which is 150 million real. Eggs, for example, cost almost 300,000 tuman. Cooking
That's
oil
$1.
is
Yeah.
around 3.5 million tuman. And
$21 for cooking oil? What the fuck?
almost everyone is renting. You can do the math. Even owning a car feels unrealistic. A basic domestic car.
This is what I was saying before about how, like, a lot of these, like, protests, these worldwide crash outs are spurred on by economic nihilism, basically. Where, like, you have people that have no chance of ever having things get better. There is economic hopelessness, right? People don't have any ability to improve their lives in any capacity.
Here can still cost billions of real. And that's not a luxury car. That's not something flashy. That's just something to get from point A to
Yep.
point B.
So
For
it
an
happened in
average
Zimbabwe?
worker
Yeah.
earning around $107 a month, that's years of income, not saving income. If you have
Wow.
seen videos of day-to-day in Iran, you will see this car called Peride. This car alone that can't even go faster than 150 kilometers per hour, it's about 1 billion toman.
150 kilometers per hour. That's like, what, 65 miles an hour?
Hey, buddy.
It's like about 65 miles an hour, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Oh, 80?
No,
Okay,
60.
I got it a little bit wrong. I'm not used to doing that conversion.
If you want to buy it right
Okay.
now, that's $6,250. And because
See, like, you say that's cheap, but, like, over there, if you're getting paid $100 a month, that's a lot of months, man, especially to buy this piece of shit.
of sanctions and import restrictions, foreign cars are extremely expensive, sometimes 2 or 3 times what they could cost in other countries. For
Wow.
example, a second-hand Hilux from 2008 with
Dude, don't tell me this is gonna be, like, as much as a Lamborghini here, right?
385,000 kilometers use
385,000? What are you gonna do? Drive it to the junkyard?
No, it's a fucking Hilux.
Costs
What?
around 4.650 billion toma.
Wait, 4.650 billion? Wait, what? What?
4.650 billion toma. That is $29,066.
Oh my god! No wonder they needed to do the stat squish. What the fuck? Billion. So it's 30. So wait a minute. In order to get a truck, so like here we have hoflation. Over there they have truckflation. So the truck is $30,000,
And they earn
for a $400,000 mile truck.
And 5 cents. So people either drive very old cars, share cars with their family, or just give up on the idea completely.
Oh my
When normal
God.
things like housing and transportation becomes long-term dreams, instead of basic goals, it changes how people think. You stop planning 5 years ahead and you start thinking about the next month. That's
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's one of the big things that a lot of people that are poor don't really, or that are not poor, that haven't lived in poverty, don't understand, is that there is.
That's a hole, bro. I fucking thought we were in one. Gee.
Is a direct immediacy that poverty creates that a lot of other people might not really be familiar with or might not ever notice. But what happens is that those people, basically what happens in Mexico, we're looking at that over time, right? We are. And so like you can't think about planning, you can't think about saving, you can't think about the future. All you have to do is think in the moment. And like it's a freeing feeling in a way, right? But like at the same time, it is, that's not the way a man is supposed to live.
Why YouTube mattered
At
to
all.
me. I started
How I
YouTube
afford
while I
next
was
week,
still
exactly.
working with my father. After
Yeah.
3 years, I finally got monetized.
Base.
But being from Iran, there's a problem.
A million
There's no
fucking restrictions,
PayPal,
right?
no Visa, no MasterCard, no Cash App, or etc. Any type of formal
So you can't use any type of currency.
payment for international income does not exist. At the time, the only option was crypto, and YouTube doesn't pay in crypto. So I partnered with a company that handled monetization inside of my country.
Oh, don't tell me that they finessed you out of like 30%. Please don't tell me.
They took 20% of my
There's no, dude, that's so much fucking money. Like, oh my God. I knew this was coming. I knew it was. Rumble has it. Rumble does have it. I actually talked to the guy there about it actually recently. The Rumble wallet, because they partnered with Tether.
income and promised stability. What they actually took was control. I wasn't allowed to upload without permission, and each video had to be reviewed for 24 to 48 hours. Even changing a thumbnail needed an approval. If
I wonder if it's the government doing that. Because, you know, like sold to sold. Well, the thing is that, like, yeah, if nobody else is going to. Arm of the government that's operating based off of that. Why would they do that? There has to be. Yeah, of course.
broke the rules, I had to pay $1,000, not real, for the fee. When I tried to leave the contract, they demanded $5,000 to $10,000.
Oh my God. These people are being taken advantage of so bad. Honestly, you know what? I bet there's probably a way that you could set up a payment company for something like this very easily. And I bet if you did that, you could probably make a lot of money without scamming people. Guess who the company's owner is? An IRGC member? I bet.
So I was in chains for 3 years. By the time it ended, my channel was already completely dead. I gave up on YouTube completely. Then I saw a YouTuber called Internet City asking for editors. At the time, I had an iPhone 7, an old Vio laptop, and rendering took 18 hours. Even $100 would have changed my life. My first payment from Internet City was $1,000.
What a fucking legend. Hiring this guy. That's awesome.
I couldn't breathe when I saw it. It is insane how small $1,000 is for some people and how life-changing it is for others. Over time, I became their editor. Gameplays, reactions, vlogs. I was able to buy my own PC, a new phone, a real setup under my own name. Because of that job, I even took my mother on a trip outside of the country for the first time ever. And I told myself, maybe this is how I can finally build a life and be with the woman I love. For the first time, life felt stable. Then the internet shutdown happened. In 2022, the internet was gone for nearly 10 days. 3 years later, during
I didn't even remember this.
The war period, we lost internet again for almost 15 days.
Yeah, they shut down the internet so they can kill protesters and they can kill their own people without the world knowing about it. That's the reason why.
Came back, I was let go from my job.
My contact says it's not the government because they all have the same AdSense ID. So strikes are shared. It has to be, they need to be on top of managing their clientele. Oh, so why they all have the same ad? I don't know. Maybe it wouldn't be a good idea.
I do not blame them, but everything fell apart again. I returned to YouTube, but there was another problem, especially for Persian content creators. YouTube revenue depends on where viewers are watching from. Because of the sanctions, views from Iran generate much less income. So Persian creators lost 40 to 50% of their revenue.
I'm surprised it's not like 80 or 90%. Honestly, that's surprising. It's not more.
For many of them, this was their only chance. Internet access itself is not simple here. It's expensive, it's unstable, and most platforms require a VPN. Let me give you a timeline. At 2009, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter...
Somebody's blaming on U.S. sanctions? Really? So why are they are they decapitating people for leaving Islam because of U.S. sanctions too? Is that the reason? No. The government's an oppressive psychopath religious theocracy.
Fuck, he's so intelligent.
Became inaccessible.
He's so
At 2010
knowledgeable.
to 2016, Snapchat, TikTok, Telegram, Viber, Signal, Clubhouse.
He would say this shit, most people wouldn't even know what he meant, okay?
It's an oppressive psychopath religious theocracy.
Most people don't even know what he means. Do you know what a theocracy even is? It's a government run by a religion, by the way. It's a government run religion. Yes.
Became inaccessible. At 2010 to 2016, Snapchat, TikTok, Telegram, Viber, Signal, Clubhouse,
religion-run
WordPress, and etc. got inaccessible. At 2018, Telegram became blocked, despite having 40 million users from Iran.
Well, that's the reason. Well, the reason why they blocked Telegram is because it's encrypted. That's the reason why. They want to shut down encryption and any form of secure communication so they can watch what everybody says and then immediately arrest them if they
Stay there, little buddy. Okay, invalid number. All right. Yo. Yo. Oh, it was right in front of me. Okay.
2022, Instagram and WhatsApp got restricted due to you know the reasons. At 2023, 2024, almost all global platforms require the VPN, including Google Play and Apple Store. Late 2024, mid 2025, WhatsApp and
It's like, imagine like, you know, like having the internet eroded away from you, like over the years. I think that that's what's really shitty about it is like, at least in North Korea, for example, like it's always been shitty, but like, it's just kind of gotten collectively worse. And it seems to just keep getting worse and worse and worse. Elon providing Starlink was a big deal. Yeah, I know that.
Google Play and Instagram gradually became accessible again until today, which everything completely is inaccessible other than the Google Play and Play Store. To stay connected during shutdowns, I spent everything I had. I ran 10 servers for 20 days and shared them with
10 servers for 20
friends and family.
Hi, is it Jude? Oh, hi, Soon. Oh, I don't know. I've just grabbed the number off the website. Maybe I don't know, whatever. So, we are 12A Penning something in Welcome Bay. We just took over the property last week. Yeah. I've got 0277368669.
quote, so they could talk to their families as well. The money was meant to start my life. Calling my girlfriend
Holy
costed
We are training the dogs to not go out the gate. Silly dog. Yeah, just do this. There you go. Oh, okay. Silly dog. Silly dog. That's my silly dog. Hello, boy. Upsies. Zeus. Up. Up. Boy. Up. Boy. Down. Boy. Boy. I'm gonna go make myself some breakfast. You guys can stay here for a minute. It's that time to Lofa. Kiora. It's that time, that special time of day. Fuck me. Morning, German friend. It's Susie Cato show. The Susie Cato show. Fucking, what the name was that? Yeah, no, I'm a sleep streamer now, bro. To my 0 viewers. Yeah. Special Place. That was it. Fuck, I used to watch this when I was a kid, bro. You have no idea how old this is.
Here we are, here today. Come and join us, come and play. Are you ready? Everywhere, it's great to see you here. You and me, here today. Come and join us, come and play. No matter where, no matter who.
No, this is the other show. This isn't the right one.
It's a good day.
Nope, I have. No, this isn't the right one. This is her preschool show.
How are you today, Yahor? Goodbye, my friend.
Wow. No. I just walked in and started singing the theme song to this fucking old ass TV show that I used to watch for no reason. It's not You and Me, I'd rather watch this. It's her other one. It was the afternoon show. This is her baby show. She had an afternoon show for after school. I can't remember what the fuck it was called.
It's time for me to go now, my friend. I'll see you again soon.
No, it was this.
See you
Later, it's time to say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
This is it.
See you later. I've really got to fly. So
Oh,
see you later. It's time for us to end. See you later.
I'll be back again.
Kakite, see you later.
Mm-hmm.
I hope you've had some fun. Inohura, I'm leaving. I've really got to run. So see you later. It's time for us to end. See you
Okay.
later. I'll be back again. So long. See ya.
The entire country had a crush on this chick.
Goodbye, my friend.
Okay. I want a drink. I'll be back. You can't really see them. I'm a dog streamer, bro. Dog. 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 Mm-hmm. How you doing? Mm. Oh, that's better. Fuck, that's so much better. Okay. So I was thinking I might cycle through all of them. I wish I could put my feet up. This room is so small. I don't have enough room to put my feet up. And the problem is the only place I can put my feet up is on my computer. And the power button's on the top. And I did it last night. And I put my feet up on the computer and turned it off. I did it twice in a row. So makes me get all the attention. I don't know what you mean. Comfy though. It's comfy house. Just this room is small, but that's how I like it because I can just close the door, and my computer just heats the whole room up in like 5 minutes. Exactly. So now I have to basically wait for these spreads to close up again. So I can tell whether or not these are tradable, because I can't trade that much spread on this time frame. So I have to wait for the market to an hour or whatever to settle the fuck down. But it's good because I got 3 screens again. So I have my monitors that you can see and my streaming or private monitor as well. This is stuff again. Oh man, can there be a holy grail buy and sell indicator? What? Oh man, can't there be a holy grail buy and sell? Well, I mean, this ICT stuff again. What? What ICT stuff? What ICT stuff? When have I ever done ICT? Where was that last one that I closed? I want to open. I want to watch Toff.
The Fancy Lady Day Spa? Sounds like my kind of place.
Are you ready for some serious pampering?
Sure, Katara. Whatever you say. As long as they don't touch my feet.
I am. They do. Toph is my favorite character. No, never only MacD. He goes, is there a holy grail? And then he says, I want to use the MacD. Is that what you just said to me? Is that what you just said? and MFI. Oh. I don't know if I want to break that down. Do you want a holy grail indicator? Would you like a holy grail indicator?
In this video, I will teach you from scratch what is order flow and how you can use it in your trading. Order flow, unlike price action, uses a deeper level of information.
I think it's faster if you're on YouTube.
Uses charts that show you the real interaction between buyers and sellers.
Actually, let's test that. Let's test that.
And sellers.
Actually, let's test that. So we got... Can I close this? I can't see because this is in the way. How do I get rid of this fucking chat window? Okay. So there's me. On both of them. Wait, pause. Refresh this page. Let's test that. I'll close this one. Refresh this up. Pause. Refresh this page. Refresh this page. Let's try again. Okay. I raise my hand and we'll see how long it takes. Ready? Steady, go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What the fuck's going on over here? There was 4-second lag on Twitch. 3, 4. Holy fucking 20 seconds on YouTube. Okay, YouTube sucks. Don't do YouTube. Got it. Congratulations. Reboot later. Fuck you, bro. Okay. I am beyond this, but I don't want to care about supply zones and volume. Well, then you're not beyond it. What do you want to care about? How about we start there? What do you care about? What would you like to care about? Or one of those kinds of fucking questions. I don't want the answers. I want the answers to be what I want the answers to be. What do you want them to be? Smile indicate simple indicators. Just badly spelled. That aren't too complicated. Like that. Right? Nothing vague. We're on the 5 minute time frame, so let's go with 48, which is 4 hours, and 12, which is 1 hour. You don't know that, because if you knew that, something's off with this indicator. Something's off with this indicator. It's got some kind of filter in it. Ah, price cross. Okay, price. Color change. You know what I was gonna do the other day was take the Heikinashi candle, and if I get one that does this, where you get, because this shows a downtrend, right? Where you get a full fucking half body candle. I say a full half body, it sounds ironic, but it's how the Heikinashi calculates, okay? If you get a candle that starts at the half body of the previous candle, you will get this result where it has 0 wick, right? And it just wicks down, okay? Use that as your entry signal and hold it until it stops doing it. The thing is that a Heikinashi candle doesn't really tell you where price is, so this looks great until this point here, but it may not be, because like you're looking at the buy signals here, you're looking at this candle to say this green candle where it changes, just for example, okay? The problem is that this is counting Heikinashis and they aren't real. This is real. So the real entry for this would have been this point, and the real close would have been that point. But that is a winning trade. Go back to Heikinashis. We find another one of those here. This one is that signal, and it goes to this green. Oh, actually, like technically this one here doesn't have a half on it, so it goes to there. And so we flip back to the real trade, and that's actually a break-even trade. That's not bad. I mean, break-even's better than losing, you know. So who knows? Let's go find the next one. This was what I was thinking I was gonna... This is one of my original fucking ideas, okay? Like, this one. From there to there. So those 3 candles. We cover those 3 candles. Okay, let's go. So I gave up on doing this because the ability to flip between these 2 modes like this never used to exist. This is new. And holy fuck, look at that. There's a little scalping trade in there. That's a winning trade. Okay, let's flip back. Yeah. Okay, whatever. There's another one. This one, 2, this one. That's going to be a break even at best. I'm just going to go ahead a couple and do a couple in a row so I don't have to keep flipping 1, 1, 1. This trade. Then this trade. then that's a failed trade. Obviously, that's going to go bad. But then you get what might be a clean one here. And then what might be a clean one... That will be a clean one, that fucker. It depends on whether you're going for that green or for the break of structure on these like ones that wick back up again. Right? Anyway, so let's go with the break of structure idea. Which is finicky and means we don't catch trends as well, but it also means that we get out earlier when shit starts looking like it's going wrong. Okay, so those are our trades. Now we need the real entry points, the real entries. Entry here, close on break even. This one here is a entry here, close. It's actually a winning trade. That's actually a winning trade. That's actually a winning trade. Winning trade. Okay. Winning trade. Okay. Yeah. Alright, I'm back. Basic trend following. Well, it is actually. It is. Man, I need to get some more shirts. My good shirt got fucking torn open, so I threw that out. So now I'm back to high visors, but I don't really like it, so I'm gonna have to buy some more shirts. I mean, you could look at it as green to red and red to green as well, which would just give you. Can I just remove? I don't. Oh yeah, I can just remove all of these rings. You could just do that. You could just go. This one's red, so we go down. And we lose on the green trade. And then this one's green, so we buy up again. And we lose on the red trade. And then this one's red, so we go down. Right? Which looks amazing, to be fair. But then you get something somewhere like this. Little bits like this are just annoying as fuck. So how do you filter those out? Or do you just win more on average when you take your winners? You probably don't, right? If you did this, if you just did this the whole way through, over time it would probably be 50-50. In fact, I think it is, and that's what I figured out. I've done this before. And it ended up being 50-50. So you need some kind of secondary filtration, which is what this was. It's Heikinashi smoothed over time. And then what I did was I'd forgotten about this because I wanted to look into this again. I found that if I lost on a bounce, I would make a box. It was called the 2-box theory. If I lost 2 trades in a row, I'd make a box around those trades like this. And I just wouldn't trade anything inside that zone until I got a trade outside. Like this guy. But if that trade won, then okay, it resets, then I'd start a new box. But if that trade lost, then I'd just make the box bigger. And I'd make the box bigger. But occasionally you'd make the box bigger until it fucking encompassed the entire range of everything like this. And you couldn't take any trades at all. So there needed to be some reset mechanic somewhere. And I never really found a reliable way to do that. And I moved on to something else after that, I think. And my ideas just got more and more complicated. But that's probably actually going to fucking work. A cool theory? A coon theory? A coonal? A goonal? Your typing is terrible today, brother. I can't even interpret that. I assume that's cool with a weird N in the way of the L because your keyboard's different. So the idea is that I would get into these trades and I would just chop them all out with a box like that. And then when it breaks out of that, I take that continuation break. But what that meant was that so those 4 trades I just straight up lose in a row. Learning to close them early would be the trick. Okay. And then I'd be here level with this bottom of this thing. and you get this breakout here, so I'd take this trade on this breakout here, and then it would come straight back into the range, and so I'd have to close that at a loss again, and draw that to there, wait for the next breakout, which would be that guy, draw that again, it'd break back into the range again, and I'd lose again. So I'd have to draw that range to there, and then I'd get a breakout to here, and I'd finally get a winning trade. Maybe, if I close this at a reasonable point. But that being said, you still got to figure out a win to loss ratio, and what I did with that was this box here, I've still got it. I think I've still got it. No, yeah. So it's green. It gives me the halfway point. It used to be blue. But it shows me the halfway point, so I'd set my stop loss to halfway. And then this was either 1 to 1 or 1 to 2 or whatever the fuck I figured out was optimal. I think it was 1 to 2 in the end. And I was doing 1 to 2 martingales. And then once you win one, you reset and you delete this box. And you win your 1 to 2, and then you wait for the next signal. And the next signal's a buy, which is this guy. But you're not buying here, where the signal looks like you're buying, okay? That trade, that signal buy is on that candle. But that candle in reality, here's the trap, is actually there. And then your sell is there. So you're only getting quite a small chunk, but you're still catching a chunk. Right? And then on this sell, you just reverse and you follow the sell to the buy. And you only catch a very small chunk, but you're catching a chunk. And then this one here, you'd lose one, so it would get boxed out. Between there and there would be boxed out. When it breaks out of the box again here, you're taking that trade from there to there, 1 to 2. And it wins that. And then you start again. And then I'm pretty sure this here would get boxed out. You know, that's so simple. Looking at this again, like, this is working. Oh. This is working. Maybe I need to go back to doing this. This is working. I used to do this on a 1 minute chart, and it didn't work very well. I did it on a 1 hour chart, and it felt way too slow, and I got bored. See, because you get all these on the 1 hour chart. And that's Tuesday to Friday there. And that would be all losses. And then, because all that there would be boxed out, this would be a loss as well. This would be all losses. See how big that box is getting? And then if I was trying for a 1 to 2, this is where it would fuck me. Even if it was a 1 to 1, this would technically be a loss now. So this box gets to here. So this box range covers the entire fucking week of last week's range. That's massive. at some point I'd have to give up and reset and start again. And I didn't have a logical reason behind that. But honestly, it's dumb. It's so simple. That might work. Back to my original theory from my first fucking strategy from last year when I went full time. I forgot about this. I need to cut my hair. I want to find some music. Oh, I'm going down a rabbit hole already. That's not AI, that's a real person.
Sprinkle of Maroon 5 and Justin Timberlake came together, united, and made a song. That would be a certified bop. But how? How can we get these four amazing global artists to do that? AI. Let's go.
Charlie, Dua, Maroon 5, Justin Timberlake. And then I want this song to be about love and a mythological creature.
Okay, it's ready. They named the song Sirens. Okay, let's give this bad boy a listen. Okay.
Just to keep being friends. Call me like I want you to. Sing to me like sirens do. The sirens. If you want me by your side, I'm with it. Let's take a ride. I'll follow you into the
No worries, man. Thanks for dropping in to say hi. Where are you off to? Oop. No, I don't really want that kind of rock. Oh, this is better. I want this. Where you going, bro? Yeah, it's gangster. Yeah. What's the defaults on this? Clean.
fucking read only. It's my fucking script, cunt. Shut up, dog. I love you.
do that, man. What's up, honey?
hot, I'm cold. Isn't that nuts? What do you want, boy? That's a dumb question, isn't it? Hi there. Ignore. Bob. Don't do it. Stop doing it. I love you, but I don't understand what you're getting at, and it's starting to bother me, okay? Please stop doing it. Random. Now what I'm going to look for is flips, actually. Good morning, good luck. Does he realize it's different? So Yo. Fucking play. March. Oh. 2025. It's a year ago. Okay, look. Are you caching the data or something? Go back. On a random day. Fast mode. August 3 years ago. Alright. Play. Yeah, one speed. Just play. Hey buddy. Right. There's one. Okay, what are we doing here? Notes. What are we doing here? Simple. We are looking at traditional breakouts. But I want to check out go to 1.041. Fast mode. And we just let it run. like that cooks, man. It's in. Let's fucking do it from here. I think it works from there. That is on the line. Let's do it from there. 1-1. Run it. I'm gonna check my dog after this one. Close this one. Here's the thing with this, okay? Here's the very dangerous thing with this. This is how you get whipsawed. This is the danger zone right here. This is 1.3. Well, that's interesting. We win this one. Let's go back. It crashes through. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that fucking nuts? Can we take the win? We'll wait for the next one. I just feel like it's just gonna fucking no. Patience, Padawan. Patience, Padawan. Patience, Padawan. That's the win. This is fucking nuts. We need a hop or a re-break. There's a hop. And a break. One. Oh no, so painful. I nearly got there. No. Let's trade and play. I gotta check my other doll. Gonna win. Every 3 years you should be getting the dog jab, apparently. Fucking apparently. Okay, let's trade. 1-1. I need to go back if I wasn't paying attention. Oh wait, that's a trade. Let's go. Let's go, motherfucker. Let's fucking go. Hey, let's go. Fuck out of my face. Yo. Yo. Hey, mates. Good boy. Hey. You're my buddy. You're my buddy. You're my buddy. Buddy. You're my buddy. You're my buddy. You're my buddy. We still grinding, motherfucker. That's a long trade. Whoa, you dog. How long was that trade, bro? $12-hour trade. Fresh trade. One. Run it. last one. Two. Three. Four is 1.75. Trade wins. This is fucking phenomenal. Wait for a re-entry. And exit, which is this guy. 1-1. I think they're on. I believe. I fucking believe. Oh, fucking stop doing that to me. That should be paused, for fuck's sake.
Little tight in here. Nice to make it another 6 inches less tight, to be honest. I beeped. Hey champ. You're a good boy. She's a fucking good dog, eh? I love that dog. Not on my screen, it ain't. Pause. You need to go back to that win. Okay. Play this blow by blow. That breaks the... Oh, that's a weird... Break. I might take that trade. I might be really annoyed at that, but I'll probably take it.
mean an ad? I've got no ads on my channel. There was an ad when I first logged. Oh, there shouldn't be. There shouldn't be pre-roll ads unless... I wanted to watch that movie actually. Oh, fuck, I hate doing that. That one. So that trade wins. Hello, Andrew. How you doing, buddy? Yeah, I think the new Frankenstein movie looked quite good. I'm testing my dog. I'll be back in a second. She's right on the line. I'm a big fan of the original book. Yeah, the original story is really good. A lot of the new adaptations are shit. Like, none of them include the fucking windmill scene at the end where he sacrifices himself to save some random girl, you know? They all thought he was trying to kill her and he's trying to save her. It's a pretty, pretty classic story these days. So the best retelling of that story that I've ever seen, I think he gets real pissy at them and he drops the building down on them all. Or I can't remember. He didn't really want to hurt anyone. He did kill people, but he only killed people that weren't nice. That's fixable. It's turned up. That's why. It's been no, not Frankenstein. Frankenstein's monster. And Frankenstein's monster was the nicest guy ever. He was a true gentle giant. Have you ever seen, like, it's the most iconic episode of The Twilight Zone? And it was cool. I can't remember what it was called, but the iconic line is, "There's something on the wing." And this guy's sitting in the wing seat of an aircraft, and he looks out, and there's this little fucking gremlin thing ripping shit out of the wing. That's actually a retelling of Frankenstein's monster. It's in black and white. It's from like the 1960s or something. And it is the most head trip, iconic episode of The Twilight Zone that ever came out. And then, I'm also listening but can't type. Twilight Zone was brilliant because they like always messed with your moral expectations. And then there was another TV series that came out called The Outer Limits, which was like a modernized version of the Twilight Zone. So it was like the Twilight Zone, but slightly more sci-fi alien themes and stuff. Fuck, it was so good. It was terrifying. It messed with your... It's one of those, you can't judge a book by a cover, but every single episode was, you knew there was going to be a twist and you didn't know what it was going to be, and it would get you every fucking time. Anyway, I'm meant to be testing my new theory out on my back testing here, so let's wait for a breakout. What's the video game you're playing? I'm not looking at, here we go. I'm not looking at Steam. She knows that's the line. She knows that's her line. She knows not to go any further. Get down there. Come on. Keep going about shows. I'm not talking. I mean, but I'm not here to talk about shows. I'm a day trader, not a fucking TV analyst. Actually, if you want to watch some cool shit, Frankensodes, yeah, if you want to watch Frankensodes, there's an old TV series called The Outer Limits. Go and acquire a couple of those. The very, very first episode ever was about a lady android, like a sex bot maid type lady android who could also get jealous. So that was weird. But a lot of them are like they fuck with your expectations of what reality is. What's the game? What are we doing with the game in here right now? Steam says I was reading updates on a new game I just downloaded a minute ago. Steam says my friends list. My friends list says nothing. And No Man's Sky. Nope, that's not you. No, you're not online. You're not playing games at all, according to my internet. Old school RuneScape. How old are you? Well, obviously not 12 if you're playing RuneScape. Same as Minecraft, but RuneScape's slightly older than Minecraft. And I'm older than both of those. I missed the fad. Yellow. You do have at least one viewer besides me. Nope, that's me. Look. It's me on my other... That's me. I am my other viewer. My normal group of viewers all went to bed 2 hours ago, bro. Yeah, just jump in the Discord. You've got my Discord, don't you? Jump in the gaming one if you want. That's the one I think you've got. Copy link. Paste. Yeah, that one. I don't do phone calls, bro. People call me on Discord, I end up blocking them. Nope. Nope. I do not use it for calling like that. No, 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 no. I have enough Discords already. I don't need the extra. I have... just fucking... It's literally 5 messages up above you. Look. I understand how it works. I have calling blocked on Discord. It's not a function I want to use on Discord. Discord to me is for TeamSpeak type abilities. Mm-hmm. In fact, I should make sure that they changed the settings on that recently. I should make sure that that's still updated and correct. They've removed it. You used to be able to block people from private calling you, and it looks like it's been removed. Well, I'm not happy about that. Like with you and your countless servers, I'll just shove it down with the other ones and never check unless I need to. Yeah, exactly. Look, I've got 250 servers in here, man. No thanks. Yeah. And I'm a moderator on about 15 of them. I ended up just going like, I don't want to be a moderator anymore. Where did my OBS go? There we go. I wonder if I can call you then. Like that, right? There you go. Fuck, you sound so far away on these speakers. Hang on, I have to close that. And I can hear myself through. Okay, so you're listening to my Twitch. Yeah. Yeah. It's about 4 seconds. I tested it this morning. Yeah. How the fuck do I turn that up? Anything else? I don't know. Like this? Yeah, that'd be it. Yeah. Everything that I have is a different volume setting on it, so it's a pain in the ass. That's why I don't like, part of why I don't like the calling thing. It's another thing I've got to change settings for, and malarkey and bullshit. Oh god, that's really cute. Malarkey. Yes. Oh yeah. That's a real thing. Yeah, whatever that is. Yeah. Well, malarkey is an actual word, but no, I didn't mean Machiavellian. That's like saying Orwellian and expecting people to know what you're talking about. No. I mean, what a generalization. What a disgusting generalization. I mean, Orwellian basically means dystopian fascist governmentization, right? So, yeah. But, I mean, you're not wrong, but that's disgusting. The government is basically spying on you. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Oh, yeah. What are you up to? Seaweed and sand. Seaweed. Oh, I know what's happening. Hang on a minute. Hang on. So my Discord is putting your voice comms through that TV. That's why I can't hear you. I have to change my Discord output. Hang on. Hang on. Voice and video. Yeah. Okay. How about now?
I can.
Oh, I can
wait,
fuck
right.
yes.
If you hear me.
Right. Hold.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Got to say dunk.
All right. I have got.
That's German for the Lord.
That's donk, isn't it? I have got 5 audio outputs, and every device just randomly picks one to output to. It's like, oh, that one's already in use. I'll use a different one.
So they take turns.
Well, by default, my Discord tries to pump it out of this little TV. My Firefox tries to pump it out of my FX, which is an equalizer. The equalizer tries to push it out my microphone. Right, my JBL Quantum Stream Talk microphone is its default. My PC by default tries to push it out either the little TV, and if that's disconnected, then it tries to push it out of my webcam. No, it uses my webcam as a microphone. My webcam's output is to my primary speakers. And my JDS audio output tries to default to my headphones, which haven't been connected in over a week. So,
Okay. You're right. You do have a lot of moving parts.
it's a pain in the ass. And every time I'm like, no, that's the default. Everything pumps to that. And then I've got a button here. I built a button that allows me to output to whatever device I want. But they all...
Nice.
Oh.
Wait, I'm not watching your stream anymore.
Yeah.
I haven't been since I exited it out.
No, it's okay.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
I do that kind of thing.
Yeah. And then my...
Yeah, I do that kind of thing.
And then in my fourth monitor, I've got a fourth monitor set up on my computer, which is actually the HDMI output on my graphics card, which I've got a wireless HDMI sender plugged into, which goes out to the TV in the lounge.
Okay.
And then
Wireless HDMI.
Yeah. And so it's basically a wireless HDMI cable.
Okay.
Which means that if I want to put... If I want... No, it's not Bluetooth. But yeah, I mean... I suppose it could be considered like a dedicated Bluetooth channel, but it's... I mean, I don't know what frequency it's on. It could legitimately be on a Bluetooth frequency, but it's not built to the Bluetooth standard, so it's not called Bluetooth.
Okay. Also, I think Bluetooth is trademarked.
Yeah, I think it's licensed.
That's not a generic name.
No, it's not. It actually means like spoken wolf in Nordic or something.
Cool.
Yeah.
Just a little bit badass.
It means like wolf talk or something in Nordic. That's the original name of it. So yeah, so part of the Bluetooth protocol is that other devices have to be able to acknowledge and send a pass, the passphrase backwards and forwards. That's part of the Bluetooth protocol. So you could run on Bluetooth with a dedicated device that can only talk specifically to one other device, and that's bypassing the Bluetooth requisites. So you wouldn't be able to call it Bluetooth, but you could use Bluetooth technology without having to license it.
That's nifty.
And that's what I think my this wireless cable potentially does. But because it's HDMI, it also sends sound over that. So if I want to play a movie on my main screen, I can download it on my computer or watch it on my streaming services on my computer. And I can push it to my TV and my other set of speakers in the other room. Yeah. So that's why I've got that. So I've got 4 monitors on this computer. Technically. But yeah, on Twitch you only ever see 2 of them. There's only 2 connected to the Twitch. Yep. Right now I'm doing boring old back testing on a system that I've spent the last year developing. So, yeah, lots of fun.
Tell me more.
Tell me more. Sounds like, what do you call it? Sounds like Starship Troopers. Would you like to know more?
As in, these are not the droids you're looking for?
These are not the droids or Starship Troopers, not Star Wars. But yeah, okay.
Oh, that's... Yeah, I don't have any idea what Starship Troopers is.
No! Do you know what Helldivers 2 is? Do you know what Helldivers... Do you know what Helldivers 2 is?
I've heard of it, and I keep seeing pop-ups of so-and-such Steam friend is playing Helldivers 2.
Fuck me.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know.
I know it's a video game, but I don't know anything.
Oh my... What are you doing right now?
I figured it was something... What was that?
What are you doing right now?
Now I am using magic to turn flax into bowstrings.
Oh, you're crafting. Are you a crafter? Do you have a...
Yes, I am crafting.
Do you have crafting proficiencies, do you?
Not quite. In RuneScape, we don't have proficiencies. Like, yes, it's an RPG, but unlike every single dang RPG that exists, it is... It's not a game of ore. You can have character specialization.
Yes, and you can level everything. I know. I know.
Yes. Yes.
But
Exactly.
there were times past when I was the only person in the world who was capable of manufacturing the fucking high level blue diamond fucking armor or whatever it was. Because it was a blue fucking sapphire blue fucking shield. It was like me and one other person, and I think it was a girl. And she fucking monopolized it because I fucking stopped playing. She monopolized it and turned it into a fucking full-time business. And she was getting people to pay her money to make this fucking shield for them. It was crazy shit.
Are you talking about the rune kite shield?
I...
Or are you talking about a really special, powerful magic shield, not one made out of just normal metal?
No, it was... I'm talking like the original fucking RuneScape.
Oh, good! You are OG then. Way to be.
It's been so long since I've played, I cannot fucking remember, bro.
That is totally fine.
I was one of the...
What you're talking about is probably the rune kite shield. There was an internet documentary about that girl you're talking about. I wish they had known you when they were writing that.
The rune kite shield. Play video. Free to play only iron. That sounds like fucking pain. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, you found it?
Yeah. It's on the wiki. Yeah, that shield. Like, before that, there was a full armor kit, but then that shield was like one level above. It was released on a new fucking dungeon boss or something. And it was a craftable only. Like, you had to get the crafting drop. And the crafting drop wasn't that rare. But there was only like 2 blacksmiths in the entire fucking world that could do it. And I was one of them. And there was some chick that was the other one.
Yep.
And then I went and started a real life business, and so she got the entire fucking thing. I didn't know, I just quit. I just walked away. And I found out later on that she made like 10 or 20 fucking grand in PayPal payments and shit, whatever the fuck it was.
charging people physical fucking money to make this fucking shield for her. I was just charging people like gold in game. I had like unlimited fucking gold, but I didn't give a shit. And this chick fucking turned it into a fucking empire or some shit from what I hear. Assuming it was actually a chick and not some dude pretending to be one because you get more clicks that way. Which was a common fucking tactic back in the day. It's a common tactic these days too. Yeah. So, Helldivers 2. You don't know what Helldivers is, and you don't know what Starship Troopers is.
Correct.
Go watch the Go watch a trailer. I can't even begin. Okay.
Okay. Watch the trailer for
Helldivers.
Helldivers 2.
Mm-hmm. In fact, I've got it on my Twitch. You can watch. I've just pulled it up. You can watch it with me if you want.
I'm trying to find that video because I know I've seen it and it's clearly extremely relevant to you and your legacy.
What video?
The video I'm talking about where it was a documentary, a YouTube documentary about the history of original RuneScape RS1's, like, the history of its smithing.
Oh,
What point, literally what real world day could people actually get their hands on certain kinds of equipment that could not be found in the game except for by smithing it?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head, but I mean, I could go look at my business records and see when I started that company, and I'd know.
No, that's okay. The documentary figured it out. I'm just trying to go find the documentary in my YouTube watch history.
Oh, okay. Have you watched it recently or something?
I have no idea. Okay, given that it just pulled up something else.
I got it. I got it instantly. I got it instantly.
Oh, what did you search for?
RuneScape Monopoly.
Oh. You searched for the word Monopoly in there?
Yeah. Blue Rose, that was the bitch's name.
It was her that? Okay, I saw that one. Then I will pull it up.
Yeah. 2001. Yep. That'd be right. I couldn't remember if it was 2001 or 2010. I was getting mixed up. But yep, that was it.
Yeah. First, I will watch Helldivers 2 trailer, and then I might watch that.
See, the thing is that all these guys back in the day were all on the fucking internet and shit, and I really wasn't. I was like, I didn't give a shit. I was just doing me. But all these other people were fucking thinking way bigger than I was at the time. They were just fucking kids. It's because I was a little bit older and I had a real job. To me, it was just a game. These kids were like, I could make money from this, and I just fucking, yeah. And then it got grindy and I just gave up. I stopped fucking caring. It's like, fuck the grind, fuck the grind, fuck the grind, because it's a grind.
Given that you were one of only 2 people at the time who could make things like a rune kite shield in original RuneScape,
RuneScape is...
Yeah, I didn't have to grind. You do realize that I'm a career coder, right? I've been able to write code since I was 8 years old.
Oh, so you're talking about what is now called botting.
Yeah. I was...
Ah, that's different.
No, it's not.
in-game services
Mm-hmm.
or gear or whatever. There is a way to do that that's allowed, but mostly it's not. So yeah, what Blue Rose was doing is definitely going to get her banned if she was doing that today, like 30 years later. What you were doing was called botting and is also
Bannable.
completely against the rule.
Yeah, but the difference
People say
between
that a lot more.
the difference between me and everybody else was that I wasn't sharing my scripts.
Oh well, there we go.
And my scripts never got detected or banned.
Oh, interesting.
Although, like, some of their detection, I quit before they got, like, real funky with it.
Yeah. How
Um,
about that?
Pardon? But, I mean, if I wanted to, I could probably, honestly, still hook it. Because they've got no anti-cheat, right? They had no anti-cheat. They just, what they did was they created randomized events to try and throw the bots off. But you can hook into the API, and when you see a randomized event, you can just fucking pause it, or you could like automate an alarm or alert that tells you that you need to manually go and touch it for a minute or whatever. It wouldn't be hard to circumvent. It might be difficult to like have it running automatically 24/7 unless you're like live reading the code and understanding what the bot requires of you and every potential key press, because you wouldn't be able to just automate a preset function of key presses, because they randomized what you had to do each time so that you couldn't do that. But you could still hook into the API. You could still hook into what the client was telling you and then respond to that. So you could still programmatically do it, just like a modern aimbot hooks into the API and draws a box around where the actual player is. In RuneScape, it's just like that's where the location would be on the screen, so you could just send a click to that location on the screen. It's no different. You could still circumnavigate it if you were smart about it. But I just didn't give a shit. That being said, I didn't realize people were selling those scripts for $100 a month times 10,000 fucking users.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
$1 million a month on RuneScape scripting.
Yep. Those people do a lot with Bitcoin and offshore bank accounts.
Yeah. Well, I do too, but yeah. Maybe I should do it again.
What's your story? So, wait. Let me rephrase that. What I'm seeing in you... Oh, wait, no. You're a day trader. That's what you mean. You
Yeah.
don't mean, like, sketchy...
No. Yeah, no. Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, and like one of the brokers that I work with pays out in Litecoin, so you kind of have to have a Bitcoin wallet. And then there's the Rise payment system as well, and they pay out via Bitcoin. So I'm not involved in crypto, but I get paid in crypto when I go get money out of my accounts. This broker here, I don't know if you can see me still. This broker here is like a legitimate broker. I can like drive half an hour to the office, to the main office for the world. They're half an hour away from me, and go drink whiskey with the boss, because I used to make whiskey, and he's got one of my like oldest original bottles that I ever made sitting on his top shelf. So I wouldn't say I'm friends with the guy, but I know him and I've met him, and they're a legitimate broker, and they pay out in New Zealand dollars. So, you know, I have to pay tax on that shit.
Oh, you're in New Zealand.
Yeah.
I don't know how to tell the difference between New Zealand and Australian accents.
That's right.
I believe you.
Okay, yeah. Well, I can't tell the difference between American and Canadians, and I don't really care.
If it helps, Americans and Canadians consider there to be no different accents. Our default accents are identical. There's still regional things, but
Yeah.
that's like regional.
Well, see, I got banned on Reddit yesterday, but I was talking to a guy on Reddit yesterday, and it was about the ice shit, and
I'm sorry, you got
Reddit banned me. I got a permanent ban on Reddit. Cause
Reddit.
Yeah.
Social media. Okay, I thought you were saying from Remnants, and I was like, the game.
Nah, Reddit. Because some dude was talking about something else, and I related it back to ice, and I'm like, you know, if these cunts, because I'm not in the country, if these stupid cunts, blue-haired cunts, didn't fucking walk into the middle of an armed live police investigation and start kicking and spitting police officers, they probably would be getting shot a little bit less often.
I'm sorry, you called them blue-haired cunts?
Yes.
Interesting. Keep going. I have thoughts on that are interesting and related.
And
But in a good way.
I don't care either way, buddy. You either agree with me or don't. It doesn't matter. But it's only like, I'm remembering that I'm not involved in the politics, so I can sit back at it. And like literally the end of my comment was, you know, we watch this shit online, and we watch it on TV as fucking comedy. Okay? You guys are a fucking joke to us. These people who are walking in on police during an active investigation, armed police cordoning the street off, and you're walking in there and screaming at them and spitting on them, and then you get shot. You're fucking idiots, right? And he said something, and my reply to that was, he's like, oh, you don't think that they're taking fucking citizens off the street? And I'm like, only the ones that are standing in the way. If they are still a police organization, right? They sit between the police and the FBI in rank. They're above the police, but below the FBI. Okay? But they're not above the law. So if they drag someone off the street that they shouldn't have illegally, or they deal with them illegally, or you had your work visa on you when they did drag you off the street, and they don't give you the opportunity to present that visa before they arrest you, then there are gonna be potential repercussions if you go through correct channels. You can sue them, blah, blah, blah. They're not above the law, right? The problem is that you're not using the correct channels. So these things are happening for sure, probably, for sure. But that's not the problem. The problem is that you cunts have got no fucking respect for these authorities who are trying to protect you from these fucks who are coming into your country and trying to destroy it. And the other thing I said, this is what got me banned, okay? What got me banned was I said, you know, the next time someone gets shot on the street, I tell you what you should do, is the next time you go to the mall and you don't get some suicide bomber fucking destroy everything while you're standing in it, you should thank ICE for dragging them out of the country before they had the opportunity to do so. In fact, you know, if ICE had been operating in the year 2000, 2001, maybe the Twin Towers wouldn't have got fucking taken down. And I got banned for that.
The problem is I generally agree with you.
Well, I think most people that aren't Americans do. In fact, I think just over half of the Americans do too, because that's how they voted, right? Carry on.
Excuse me, because that's what they what?
Well, just over half of America voted that way.
Oh, you mean as in for Donald Trump and such?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. Yes, I understand what you mean now.
Yeah, okay. So you've got a take that's a little bit more reserved than mine, so go on.
My take is, so, for context, I was raised Mormon, and I went to the Mormon University.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Carry on. Don't get me started on Mormons.
You go first. I'm interrupting myself to hear whatever your thoughts
No,
are.
no, no. Finish it. I know enough about the Mormons. Keep going.
Okay. Most people who say I know enough about the Mormons
Don't.
end up learning pretty quickly when I say, no, that's the Amish.
No, no, no. We're not American, bro. We know the difference between a Mormon, a J-Dub, and an almond.
No. An almond? That was a good one.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about mostly non-Americans. Americans also get that confused, but also so do people who have never been here.
Americans don't know where Pearl Harbor is. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about making friends online.
Yeah.
Who I tell them it comes up in some context that I was raised Mormon and I still am one, and they say, "Oh, I've never met a Mormon before," and I can tell they're trying to be respectful and not weird about it.
Oh,
which
fuck
is very
off.
kind of them. And then I quickly figure out that
They think you're Amish.
I explained to them. What was that? Basically, or other stuff. They're like, basically, I explained to them. No, we do celebrate holidays. Yes, we are allowed to dance and go swimming and stuff like that.
Dancing is the main way that Mormons pull new players in.
No.
It is in the islands. It's the main strategy out this way, bro.
Let me tell you what, I despise that of all the things the Mormons could have gotten known for, it was that.
Yeah. Well, look, I'll tell you what I don't like, right? What I didn't respect was a 16-year-old boy telling me that he was an elder in the church. That's what I didn't like. Especially when he couldn't explain to me how Jesus Christ, their Savior, who was a natural-born Israelite, who had to, under the law of Moses, which he was bound by until his death, had to go and, he as the firstborn male, he had to go to the Jewish temple 3 times a year to worship on behalf of his family, including taking sacrifices. How he was supposed to do that if he was in America, which is a 6.5-month boat trip.
I'm sorry, wait. A real world Mormon couldn't explain that?
Correct.
Okay, well, I can correct some things for you. Either A, that guy was lying because we do not make 16-year-olds elders, or B, the youngest we normally do that is like 18.
Oh, fuck, he might have been 18, but I'm telling you he was 16.
That guy does not know shit about the scriptures. Doesn't know shit. Hopefully, he knows about shit like, let's be nice to each other. Focus on his time.
Look, I'll be honest with you, I can't get past the fact that Mormons believe in an angel named Moron Eye.
That is I've never heard it that way, but that's entertaining. I like that.
Okay, and the Urim and the Thummim were not a pair of glasses. They were so the Mormons.
The fact that you know what those are impresses me. By the way,
The Mormons believe that the Urim and the Thummim were a couple of basically crystallized stones that John Smith was his name. Joseph, whatever, turned into a pair of glasses so that he could read and interpret the tablets that the angel Moron gave him. And by the way, my theory is that he made that name up as a joke on anyone who was basically foolish enough to believe his line of thought, right? So it's like it's like the joke's on you for believing my religion. That's how I think he was a cult leader that created a religion. I do not believe he was a prophet. I do not believe he was inspired. I do not believe he was visited by angels. The Urim and the Thummim were indeed stones. However, that or like they were, but they weren't like necessarily like crystallized glass or whatever that you could see through. They were for throwing lots, right? They were more like, what do you call it? These days it's a pagan thing where you throw.
Are you talking about the Urim and Thummim as described by Joseph Smith, or the Urim and the Thummim as described in the Old Testament?
As described by Joseph Smith.
I have no idea then where you got throwing lots from. That sounds like dice.
Right, throwing lots is from the Old Testament.
Okay.
But Joseph Smith's interpretation is that there was some crystallized stone that he could use to, like a magnifying glass or a pair of glasses or something like that to and they gave him the ability to translate these texts into readable English that he then wrote down for the Mormons to learn from.
Yes. In short, I am extremely well informed on the particular detailed history of the early LDS Church, which is
LDS, yep. Been a while since I've heard Latter-day Saints.
Yep, good job. Wait, what was that? You said it's been a while since you were what?
Since I've heard the term Latter-day Saints.
Oh, that, yes. Oh, goodness, I'm burping today.
Carry on. I've got you excited, that's why. That's what she said. Okay, carry on.
Yes. So,
let's just say I'm relatively familiar with the basics of most theology.
You are shockingly well informed. there's very important. No, I'm not sure about very important. There's a lot of things that you're saying that are like
almost right.
A lot of church members don't know that you are completely right about that. And I can tell that the other half of the things a lot of church members don't know about that, you also don't know. That suddenly make a lot more sense, even if it is still weird. The very, 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 very short summary is there is an absolute shitload of legitimate, cold, hard evidence that suggests Joseph Smith made it all up. There is also a legitimate, just as large, just as convincing pile of no, he didn't. They're both very large, well-established piles.
Yeah.
Which is a problem, because they can't both be true. I mean, yeah, you could have, oh, he made this part up, but not that one, and blah, blah, blah.
No, you can't do that. He either did or he didn't. You can't muddy it both sets of waters with the same. You can't tar them both with the same brush, you know.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You can't paint and tar with the same brush.
Correct.
Okay, I figured you didn't know this, and I wasn't going to bring it up. Are you aware of how much Joe Smith was literally tortured, or like how much genocide actually legitimately was happening around him and his religion? When, like, for the fact that, like, that's part of the evidence of maybe he actually meant it or at least believed it, because even if it did start as a dumb prank or joke or something, like, no, he spent like 20 years fleeing violent locals. Like, it was legal in the state of Missouri to shoot Mormons for recreational purposes.
I missed peak entertainment then. Sorry.
Yes.
I didn't know. I didn't know that, and if I did, then I'd forgotten it. But it sounds about right because I mean.
I can tell you exactly why it sounds right. Because if a bunch of new people who move into your neighborhood, and they're well organized, they know each other, and they're generally actually really good at getting shit done, no matter what, you're going to be cautious about them. Because people suddenly moved in, and they're better at being local than you are.
Mm-hmm.
They're better at everything in general than you are, because they spend more time collaborating and coordinating and again, this is very important. Early church culture is very different from modern church culture. What they were doing back then, church-wide, as their general goals, were very different, or at least the ways they went about it were very different than what they're doing now. Yes, that's the short story. Yeah. If I was going somewhere with the second half of that comment, I don't remember it and I give up. But are Mormons in cult today? The answer is no. We're definitely weird. The term we usually use is peculiar. Like we're definitely weird. That's a given. We don't drink alcohol. We don't drink coffee. We don't drink tea.
In case it has nicotine,
There's other things too,
caffeine
that's
in
not
it. In case it has caffeine in it.
Nope, caffeine is totally fine. It is very literally coffee, black tea, and alcohol. Also tobacco. It is hyper-specific because it is a dietary code, not a chemical code.
Wait, it's the LDS that
Tell
have.
how-
Oh, is it? It's the okay. So they're that ones. They're those ones as well. They're the vegan ones. They're not vegans, but they might as well be. No, but like the health nut. Let it. No, it's the Seventh Day Adventists that are crazy with the fucking food.
There they are. Our dietary code that talks about don't drink alcohol, coffee, or tea, and don't use tobacco. That actual scripture spends about 3 times as long focusing on eat a lot of fruits, vegetables, and grains, and if you want to, you can eat meat. It doesn't mention dairy at all, which I just think is silly, not good or bad, just kind of funny. And it says, and just generally speaking, try to live a healthy lifestyle. And people never talk about that. Even within the church, the only things people ever talk about for the dietary code as being good for your health is don't drink alcohol or coffee. And don't smoke. Which, yes, those alcohol and coffee are alcohol and cigarettes are clearly shown to have meaningfully impactful
Negative
they're
impact.
bad for your health.
Yeah.
Especially if you a lot. Small amounts is probably okay, but
What about Coca-Cola, bro?
what was that?
Coca-Cola is not prohibited under that code.
I'm not sure what you just said.
Coca-Cola isn't prohibited under that code.
Coca-Cola. You were correct. Coca-Cola is totally okay under that code.
Oh, fuck
You'll
off.
still find more who don't drink Coke. I don't drink Coke.
Yeah.
You know why?
It's evil. Coke is evil, that's
No,
why.
because I hate the taste. I hate the taste. That's why I don't drink Coke.
Okay.
That's it. Also, I don't drink caffeine very often anyways, but that's not for religious reasons. That's because then when I really, really need to have an all-nighter, I got something in the, store just in case. Of like, I can go get a gallon of Mountain Dew or whatever at Taco Bell.
Mm-hmm.
An extra large. 2 extra larges, I don't know.
Yeti
If I need
piss.
to pull an all-nighter for some reason. Because then I
Bigfoot piss. Sorry. Bigfoot piss, my bad. Bigfoot urine. Mountain Dew?
Bigfoot urine.
Yeah.
What is Bigfoot urine?
Mountain Dew.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah.
That's why people are so in love with it, because it's fantastical.
Yeah. Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Fantastic
Anyway,
Beasts and Where to Find Them. Aye?
The answer is no, we are not, because yes, we're weird, but no, we don't do any weird sex stuff, and there's no, animal sacrifice going on.
No, but you do,
That's about it.
You do, get baptized in the name of dead people. So, I mean, that's weird.
Say that again?
You do get baptized on behalf of dead people.
That's less weird than it sounds, although you're totally right, on the surface, it looks weird.
No, it is because, and I know you say that it's not, but it is, because you've got to understand that baptism is it's a conscious conversion to Christianity, and a dead person
is not able to make that conscious choice for themselves. So for you to do it on their behalf is demeaning to the person and derogatory to God.
I was right. You are wrong about how you understand it. Okay, just differently than I expected. No, that's not what we do. That's not what we teach. That is not at all how Mormons interpret it. If Mormons have explained it to you like that before, they got it wrong and were not paying attention in the actual temple ceremonies or any of the official discussions about it, or like they were very clearly not.
So their participation award, Christians.
Maybe they might be getting a participation award, but even that's I'm glad they're showing up. I hope it's good for their soul.
Like I said,
much. They're not good at that though.
there are people that show up and do shit because they're told to.
Yes.
And they just go along with whatever they're told to do.
Yes.
You know.
And you find that in every single large organization.
They make good employees.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But the important part though of what you have wrong is that even though those people they do exist, there are plenty of them. They're definitely wrong, and anyone who actually like looks at it and what we actually say about that baptism for the dead thing, they're like, no, that's not what we do. You know how like in circa 1500, conquistadors and whatnot would come up from Europe and baptize at sword point, thousands and thousands or millions, whatever, of locals. You know, the local native
Arabs and shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they also did that in the Middle East. Good point.
Well, that was what the conquistadors did. Yeah, that was them.
That's one reason why Christianity is so popular in South America today, because the conquistadors made sure of it. I hope they like it now. Yeah, but from the Mormon perspective, saying people, I'm going to baptize, you are going to choose of your own free will to be baptized and take the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, or else I will kill you. No, we don't like that even a little bit. Not at all. Joseph Smith himself wrote a short little. Today they would basically be bullet points. Call them the articles of faith. It's just like a short list of like 13 different things that summarize. Here's kind of what Mormons do, and saying and blah even blah blah blah. It gets a lot of the point across. Good. In that list includes basically don't force your religion on other people. Yes, you can be proud of your religion, and yes, you can believe your religion and practice it, and you can invite other people to it. But if you're forcing it on people, even if you don't realize it, that's a bad thing. Yeah. So along those lines, when we get baptized for the dead, no, we are not forcing the dead person, their afterlife spirit person, whatever, to be baptized. That is not what we're doing. What we're doing is kind of like how the Catholic Church believes that you only have this life to get baptized, and if you don't, then you're out forever. Sorry. You know, all you little babies who died before your christening date. Bye bye. Enjoy hell.
Yeah.
Not to remind your family of that.
Catholics are also evil. Carry on.
Mormons definitely disagree with them on that particular point of doctrine. Yes. Joseph Smith, the reason we have
They give more credence to Mary than what they do to Jesus. So I mean.
Yes. We give credence to Mary.
Yeah.
I mean, she's Jesus' mom. She's got to be a cool person. But she's not Jesus.
Do you know why she was Jesus' mom? Do you know why she was chosen as Jesus' mother?
No, I don't. But I have a feeling that whatever you're about to say is either inspiring and catches me by surprise, or kind of just trivializes everything.
No. Well, it probably trivializes her importance. She was the last of the line of King David.
Oh, you know that?
Of course I know that. I told you.
Job.
I know more about theology than pretty much the average person. Let's go with that. So the reason that she was chosen as the mother was partially because she was an upstanding citizen in good standing, and partially because she was about to get married and hadn't had sex yet. And that's why that timing was chosen, so that she could get carried home by Joseph and no one would know at the time that it wasn't his kid, and she wouldn't have to deal with the shame of public shame and being stripped and fucking dragged through town due to being a harlot.
If Jesus is born at 8 months and 2 weeks, everyone will just know, oh, he was born 2 weeks early. That's about half of the people around town.
Yeah,
Cool.
but it happened. It happened within 2 days, 3 days, I think it was. I think it was 3 days after she was visited. I have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure it was about 3 days after Angel visited her and told her that she was gonna give birth, and blah blah blah. That she tried to send Joseph away secretly in order to prevent his shame, and he's like, no, no, no. If that's something, 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 and then he got visited and told, do not be afraid. This is what's happened. Go and marry the woman. In fact, what it says is, go take her hand and walk her down the street. And the reason that it says that is because that was the actual wedding ceremony back in the day. Right, the wedding ceremony was when the husband to be takes the woman from the home that she's in under her father to his home, to the husband's home, in public, and there was a trumpet in front of them to do it, so that it was being announced that this is the official wedding. And that all happened within 3 days. It wasn't weeks or months or whatever. But that's why the Bible says that about taking her home, because that is the official marriage ceremony. And anyway, so the reason that she was chosen was a bunch of reasons. She was about to get married, so Jesus was protected under the headship arrangement. Mary was protected under the headship arrangement because everyone would just assume that it was Joseph's kid, and no one had bat an eyelid. She was designated as good and upright and all the rest of it, selected for all those good qualities. But most importantly, singular most important thing was that she was of the Davidic line, and because she was female, she couldn't challenge for the kingship because she was female.
Yeah.
So Jesus coming through her, and then what's really interesting about that is that right at the end of that, after Jesus was killed, and they do the whole like temple not a stone upon a stone is unturned, the Romans ripped the temple down and burned all the records. So the Jesus' birth and those records were the last known kept records of Davidic line, and no family tree after that can prove lineage back to to King David's line or Abraham's line. So no one after Jesus' birth is able to assert that they are from the actual God-ordained family line of the kings of the earth.
Yeah.
That's why it was Mary.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's her
There's
claim.
probably other reasons we don't know about that also, frankly, just add to it. Yeah. Anyways, what we do is when we get baptized by proxy for someone, they are not immediately baptized. They're immediately given the option of, well, if baptism is a physical mortal life only thing, well, fine, okay, I guess. Where is it going with that? It's going to be both funny and inspiring, but now I don't remember where it's going with that. Blah blah blah. It's the dead soul gets to choose for themselves. Then, oh, that ceremony got done on my behalf. Kind of like how when COVID I wasn't there getting the prescription. No one seemed to mind. I still got my meds. I'm good. Along those lines, if I didn't trust my friends with that, easy. I just would have said, no, I'm not sending my friends to get my meds for me. It's a bit like that, except more internal salvation.
Yeah, I don't think it works quite like that, but alright. I'll be back in a minute. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, okay, so that's not my interpretation of those events. So, remembering that in this country, most Mormons, you can't ask them to cite scripture because they've never fucking opened the Bible in their lives.
In New Zealand?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool.
They function purely out of the moron text. I'm just gonna keep using that because it's funny. So,
One letter off.
well, it's like I, Robot, right? You know, you seen that movie with Will Smith?
No, but I read the book, which is probably nothing like the movie. But the book is a collection of short stories.
The book is a collection of short stories, and I read that before movies existed. Yes. And the bad guy's name in the book was Victor. It was a guy, a male. That was a male AI. In iRobot, they made it a female AI so that you were less suspicious of her. So, anyway, yes, Moron I, yes, Moroni, Moroni, whatever. Anyway, so the key scripture that sort of throws all this out the window is okay, finish this for me. The wages that sin pays.
I don't know that exact quote.
Really? The wages that sin pays. This is the key for the entire biblical everything. Literally, I can see your screen. Literally everything is based on this. The entire scriptures, the whole premise is based on this idea. Everything is based on this. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. The wages sin pays. You're looking at it.
I am. Okay. I will tell you what, no matter what the end of this chapter says, the start of it, I freaking love those verses. Of what shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? God forbid. Or in other words, okay, so Jesus died for our sins and loves us unconditionally and is really, really good at saying, I forgive you, and meaning it. So does that mean we can just go do whatever we want now? And Jesus will say, oh, I forgive you, and then we can go to heaven just fine and be okay?
Keep reading.
But the guy writing this immediately follows with, God forbid, or in other words, oh, hell no.
Mm-hmm.
Like, no.
No.
We don't tolerate hypocrisy.
Go on, back up there.
Not like
Okay, look, hang on, hold up. Okay, read this whole thing down to 18. So start, you've got to read line 7 and line 18.
17 and downwards.
No, 7. You've got to have 7 in there. Because that's... Think about that one line.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Mm-hmm.
There's many ways to interpret that.
Nope.
All of which make sense with the grammar.
Nope. The wages that sin pays is death. Upon death, all your sins are paid. And therefore, dead people do not need to be baptized. Because their debt is paid.
Well, I never thought of this until just now. You know who was the one mortal human person who never sinned at all, even a little bit, and did not need to be baptized to be cleaned or redeemed? Jesus fucking Christ!
Correct.
He got baptized. It was a whole thing.
Right. Why was he baptized? Why was he baptized?
I believe the explanation is something to the effect of because it's the rules and symbolically good, and Jesus is here to do a good example of like Jesus says, I don't actually need to do this,
Mm-hmm.
but we're all supposed to, and it's good to. So I'm gonna something along those lines.
Now, I'm actually fuzzy on the last bit of that. I'm going to have to go look up one of my reference texts on this in a minute. But it was a he had to do it for the sake of baptism in the name of Holy Spirit. He couldn't become the Christ or a prophet until he was baptized. Okay? He had to be anointed by someone else. He couldn't anoint himself. So John the Baptist was the prophet of the day. He was the highest ranking human of God ordained people of the day. Irrespective of what the Pharisees and religious leaders believed, John the Baptist was the man. So when he baptized, and at the moment that he baptized Jesus, he knew before he did it what was going on, because he said, I am not worthy to untie your sandals. And Jesus said, let it be done because it is God's will. I can't remember the scriptures, it's been 20 fucking years since I looked it up, but that was basically the conversation. Like, John the Baptist was like, you should be baptizing me, bro. And he's like, no, this is how it's got to be done. We just got to do it the way that we're told. This is how it works, bro. So, you go look that up. So,
I like that. At least I like the way you tell it. Yes. Which is, as far as I understand, that's pretty consistent with how I was explaining it. It's definitely consistent with how I meant to explain it.
yeah, I know. You get it. But here's the key that I'm sure you haven't been shown or explained, okay?
Okay, I'm intrigued.
This is why and how it works. What is the payment for sin? You got this. We just looked at this.
Damnation.
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it death?
It's death. Eternal damnation is only for immortals. We're not immortal. We're mortals.
Oh, you're talking only about physical death.
No, I'm talking about... So death is death, okay? Eternal damnation is something completely different, and it's created by a misinterpretation of a translation in the King James Version. And it's fucked everyone up for the last 200 years. Right? So, eternal damnation doesn't exist. Okay? It's a representation of eternal destruction, or the total ending forever and permanently. damnation and torture and pain and all that shit isn't a thing. It is unjust to pay an eternity of pain for an event or an action, even if it was 1,000 years that you were sinning for. To pay for that for eternity is no longer justice.
I am so proud of you right now. Like, it keeps happening, and then it keeps happening more.
Okay? So,
Keep going.
So the key is, I'm going to give you the cliff notes, and this will be the last thing we talk about because you've got notes to write down and go fucking do some research. The key is that when you look at Adam and Eve, okay, Eve did not sin. It does not say that Eve sinned. Look it up. What did Eve do? She didn't sin. She did eat from the apple, blah, blah, blah. She convinced Adam to eat the apple. But it doesn't say that she sinned. Go look it up. Go look at what the word is. This comes back to all of this.
No, Mormons don't think she sinned. We teach that she did a very very good thing.
No, she did not. No. No.
Interesting.
No.
Do you know which chapter of Genesis that is?
Yeah, it's Genesis 1, but it's like... Wait, it's Genesis 2. Might be 2. Keep going. Just Genesis. Yeah, more. Keep going down. Keep going. Okay, so next chapter. Oh, this is rough. Okay, you do that. I'll just look up the word I want. I'll look up for where it is, so I can point you to the scripture.
Deal. In the meantime, I'll also pull up the Mormon website version of it. The
Genesis 3, 1 to 13. Huh? Right, Genesis 3, 1 to 13. So,
1 to 13.
Yep.
Cool. Let me skim it real quick. Okay, what I was just about to say anyways was that the LDS Church has their own version of the King James Version, which sounds ridiculous, I know. What I mean is, some words like this, subtle, they just change the spelling.
Yeah, go down to the last two verses. I can't see them here. I can't see 12 and 13 on the screen. What does 12 and 13 say? Then the man said, yep. Then the man said, okay, so now you have to scroll down a bit more. My TV cuts off the bottom of your screen.
Oh, that's what you mean.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. So 12 and 13
no, hang on.
say, and the man said...
Yep, that more... Okay.
I'm just going to skim it to myself now.
Yeah. See if you can figure it out. You pop the player to another one? Oh, I see. Okay. If I do this, I can read the whole... Okay, now I can see. Who told you we're naked?
I know I interrupted my own stuff about ice and blue-haired people and whatnot.
Oh, we can get back to that.
Talk about it. Hey, we want to get back to that.
We can get back to that. This will be the last thing about this, because otherwise it's a fucking overload.
You're right, because discussing the finer details of biblical theology...
Oh, this isn't fine details. This is the basics. This isn't finer details, buddy.
As far as most people are concerned about Christian theology, this is extremely in the weeds. This is extremely...
That's because people are idiots. Keep going.
Sure.
Oh. Yeah.
I am completely confident that a large portion of at least the first half of Genesis is either A, metaphorical.
Nah, it's literal. It's
or B,
It's
you're right,
literal.
a lot of people thought that. I disagree with them.
No, it's literal. I didn't think so originally, but it has to be. It literally has to be literal. It literally has to be literal, and I'm going to show you why, because this relates back to exactly why this has to be literal. This has to be literal, otherwise nothing works.
I'm on verse 8.
Okay, 13 is the only one that matters.
Now, why'd you tell me to read 1 through 12?
No, I said it was in there somewhere. It's 13 that matters.
Oh, okay. 1 second then. I want to read it anyways. I'm almost there. The context matters.
You could read down to 17. It's kind of not said in there, but it's down to 17. And the actual scripture, I've had to look it up. So the actual scripture that you want is 1 Timothy 2:14.
Oh, okay. I'll jump to that in a second.
And then do it in a different tab, because you're going to want to come back and read this again, and then you'll realize.
So before I go to 1 Timothy 13, what was it? 1 Timothy
1 Timothy 2:14.
So before I actually read that, though, I want to make sure you understand something important. Mormons are substantially different from many other Christian faiths because we believe in biblical theology, not creedal theology.
I'm aware.
Because of how much you know other things, it sounds like you actually might know what that means.
Mm-hmm. Most Mormons believe they believe in biblical theology, but they really don't. Anyway, 14. A lot of it is creedal. You just don't know it. 14.
Yeah, that's the big parts of that. Yes.
I'm gonna. You're about to. I'm about to prove it with this. By the way, go to 14.
Okay.
This is.
Well, before I get there, Mormons, we confidently believe exactly what you already said, that there are important parts, even of the King James Bible, that were poorly translated.
Yeah.
That's one of the things it talks about in like the first 3 of our articles of faith, that bullet point list Joseph Smith wrote as the general sum of. Basically, this is kind of what Mormons do and think. One of the very first few says, we believe in the Book of Mormon and the Bible, as far as they are translated correctly.
Okay. 14. Come on.
Okay, so 14. Oh. Cool.
What does it say?
I'm not. Wait, and it's with 13? Yes. I'm not sure how those are inconsistent with each other.
Then they're not. Listen. So here's the thing. The woman did not sin. She was deceived. Read it again. It doesn't say she sinned. It says she was deceived. Adam was not deceived, but was in the transgression. Adam sinned, not Eve.
I'm confused how you're reading verse 14. It says, and Adam was not deceived.
Correct.
But the woman, being deceived,
Was in the transgression. Yes.
It's saying the woman was transgression.
Yes, she was deceived into transgression. So she did sin, but she was tricked into it. So her sin was not a true sin, because sin is intentional. Adam, although she did do something against the law, right? If Adam had remained pure, there could have been a reconciliation because she'd made a mistake. Adam was not deceived. He knew what he was doing. His sin was intentional.
Okay, that's interesting. I've always considered the words sin and transgression to, in at least the vast majority of cases, when talking about theology, if not always, be basically synonymous. Are there differences? Maybe. You know,
the differences are subtle.
Or do I have belief? Or do I know with my heart?
Yeah,
those are basically the same.
That's a good way to put it. Right, but sin is an actual transaction, okay?
Yes.
Now, here, so the key is that it's less about Eve here, okay? The key is that Adam was not deceived. His sin was intentional. His transgression, his disobedience of God was the sin. The transgression was the disobedience of God. That was intentional. Now, what is the payment for sin?
Death.
What happened to Adam?
Death.
What happened to all of us?
Death.
Because we were passed on his death, because when he gave birth to us, he passed it on basically genetically, right? If he'd had a child before his sin, that child would have been perfect and sinless. Because he had his first child after sin, the child inherited that sin like a genetic disease.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, that's interesting. The Article of Faith also discussed that. Keep going.
Now, how do you bring the children of sin back to God? You have to pay for their sins. Okay. But you don't have to pay for all of their sins. You only have to pay for one sin. The one that caused them to become imperfect. So if you pay for that sin, Adam's sin, then all of his children are made perfect and can stand on their own rights before God. And then each one can be judged from that time on directly before God instead of through Adam. With me?
Yes.
Now all you have to do is pay for that sin. Now the problem is that no human alive can pay for that sin, because that sin cost a perfect life and no human is perfect. So the only thing that could pay for that sin was a perfect life. Do you know of any perfect men that paid with something for their life?
Only one.
No, he didn't pay for anything.
Jesus?
Yeah, he didn't pay for sin. He died perfect, and so he had a perfect life that he could use in payment to God, in payment for Adam's sin.
That's what I meant. Yes, that's what I meant. He had a sinless, perfect life.
Yes.
And he used that to pay for Adam's sin.
Yes.
He didn't have any of his own things to pay for.
Correct. And through that...
Hey, I got money in my pocket. Yeah, I can help you finish your grocery bill.
Yeah, but he's the only one that's got legal tender. Right?
Yes, which is what I agree with.
Yeah, right. So that's how this whole thing works. So the wages sin pays is death. At the moment of your death as a sinful human, all your sins are paid, but you cannot be rectified to God without Adam's sin being paid for. And that's what Jesus covers. So because of that, you don't need to be baptized on behalf of, because Jesus has already done that for everyone.
now I'm more confused because for two reasons, really. One of them is I thought you had said this, but maybe you didn't. If you didn't, at least it was implied. I thought you did not believe in anything particularly theological about Christianity. You just knew a lot about it.
No, I know a lot about all of the religions, and none of them make sense except for Christianity.
Oh, so
in fact,
you identify as a Christian?
That would be strong words. That would be hypocritical. So, if you knowing something and believing something and doing something are different things. So,
yes,
if you look at something like the flood story, or okay, do you know much about other religions?
Yes,
do you know about Shanghai, the moon princess, in the Chinese religion?
No, but we'll come back to that. Actually, no, we shouldn't, because that's more than this Adam Eve stuff. The important question for you is, do you believe in Christianity? Simple as that.
It has to. It's the only thing that can possibly make sense. Yes. So,
okay, great. Thank you.
the reason why. Okay, so I'm going to bring this back to the Genesis account. Okay, if the Genesis account is not literal, then Jesus' death and his payment for sin becomes meaningless.
Okay.
That's it. It's that simple. Either the Genesis account is an exact, perfect, or close enough account to what actually happened, even if the exact words were not those exact words, but the general meaning was, right? But the events written are the events that occurred, and that makes sense through Jesus' death paying for the sin, yada, yada, yada. Either that works, or it's a objective menial lesson in general, and in a general like fable. But if it's a fable, then Adam's sin didn't do anything, yada yada. Jesus' sacrifice is paying for something that never happened, and it can't. The whole thing falls apart. Either Genesis has to be literal, and the entire Bible is, or Genesis is just a good night story, and the whole Bible is. You don't get to have one or the other. Because of this. Either Adam was a real man and Jesus had to pay for his sin, or Adam was a story and Jesus died for nothing.
1 second. I'm looking to double check something in Genesis 2 and 3.
Mm-hmm. And then we're going to talk about blue-haired people, because I'm over it. So on my day trading stream, I'm talking about theology that I haven't touched in 20-something years. So I'm a little rusty on it. What date is this? 2nd of September 2024. Okay. Rewind this. 2nd of September 2024. we need to go back to the 24 September. Go. Oh, you prick. Pause.
Okay, I think I know. Okay, what do you think of this concept? The spirit and the body of a person can be separated and still, like, exist. If that makes like that doesn't mean the body's alive, and it doesn't mean the spirit's dead, or whatever. It just means that bodies and spirits are separate.
Nope.
You disagree with that?
So.
If you disagree with that, it's fine. It's
What?
just that
Because
that's a frame of reference that's important that Mormons do adopt.
right, it's very important frame of reference because the Bible does not. Okay, spirits and souls are different things. Bodies and spirits are different things. Souls and bodies are the same thing.
I'm once again impressed by you. Yes, the Mormons themselves teach. I forget if this is even from the Bible or
There are. We have spirit. We call spirit the spark of life, more or less, right? So we have there's a scripture that talks about blood must be poured out because life is in the blood. Okay, the life itself is in the blood. It's a little bit representative, but it's also a little bit literal in that you can't live without blood. But the point is, and the blood must be poured, the life must be poured back out to God. So the blood must be poured upon the ground so that it can be returned to God. For dust you are, for dust you must return. So the blood must be poured out upon the ground. So the body and the soul are intrinsically, effectively the same thing. But there are physical creatures such as ourselves, and there are spiritual creatures which have a different form of body altogether. Now there is a scripture which says that Jesus, once he died, came back and was like reappeared to the apostles, he went through what they called the transformation, or the transmogrification, or depending on what religion you're talking to, blah blah blah. When he came back as a spirit creature appearing in his prior human form. Okay? Jesus is the only one, he's unique in that he's the only one that has ever been, I think, a spirit and a body and a soul. Now, the Bible says, the Bible doesn't say that the soul is in the body. The Bible says that the soul is a living body. They are inexorably connected. They are the same thing.
I am going to interrupt you here because I have to go in no later than 10 minutes. Mormons do agree with you on that in our unique scripture, Doctrine and Covenants, chapter 88, verse 15. It says, "And the spirit and the body are the soul of man." So, yep, we agree.
Okay, more or less. All right.
More or less, we agree. Yes. So, when I say, from at least specific terminology aside, maybe people are using different words for it. Because yes, in popular modern English and culture, people usually use the word soul to mean spirit, not to mean the combination of spirit and body.
Yeah, they're idiots. We know. This is language matters and people don't know. It's like when John 1:1 and he says, The Father and I are one.
Soon. The general point of what Mormons think about Adam and Eve and everything you've said right here about how one or more of those two did sin, and was that a good thing, a bad thing, blah blah blah. The general point there is that Mormons believe that Adam and Eve came here on purpose, like it was God's plan. But why did God make the earth, and why did God make Adam and Eve, and why did God make humanity, and blah blah blah?
Yep.
The simple, easy answer is because, or at least the Mormon viewpoint, if you disagree or whatever, okay, that works. I don't have the time to discuss that further right now. Is that even before the earth existed, we were all, our spirits all existed. And God had a plan. He said, hey, so you guys are all like children of God, kind of like how children of ducklings grow up to be ducks. I would love to see you guys grow up. And to do that first, well, right now you guys are basically just good ideas, or however you want to describe the spirit.
Keep going.
I would love to give you guys like also a tangible form and life experience and knowing things like the difference between good and evil and blah blah blah.
That's where that's where the Mormon religion falls apart. Yep, carry on. I see it. I see it. I see the mistake as well, but carry on.
Blah blah blah. The Old Testament does discuss this, at least in part. The story is that we have Earth because this is a important stepping stone on the way, like a very important one, on the way to heaven and being like God, and God's a cool dude. You know, the assumption that he's nice, and they put him in charge for a reason. That's how I put it.
Oh, that's so understated. Carry on.
Yes, exactly. You get the comedic mechanic then.
Okay.
You get the fulcrum. Yes. So the idea is that Adam and Eve were the first ones to arrive, chronologically speaking. Well, probably just period. Yeah. And the idea is that they were to like start it, which is hard to do if you cannot have children. So, assuming that the story of Adam and Eve and the Garden of Eden and stuff are all super literal, which I don't think is true, but I think many parts of it are pretty dang accurate or get the point across really well, even if the technical detailed bits are missing. Like, no, I don't think the planet Earth was created in 7 days, in addition to the rest of the universe.
Oh, you're missing a scripture. You're missing a scripture. Everyone that says that, you're missing a scripture. You've missed.
We can come back to that later.
Yep.
The point is that Adam and Eve. This has been actually a very, very, very important principle for my own life and my own difficulties and blah blah blah, such as dealing with the fact that I am a gay Mormon. I believe in my God and I love my God, and also I am only attracted to people of the same sex and gender as myself.
That'll be a trip.
Like,
I bet you don't tell too many of them that.
Yep, there is definitely a list that is longer than just myself. A lot of people know someone like that, or know someone who knows someone like that.
Yeah, but I bet it's not said out loud too often. Carry on.
Yes. So what happens is, Adam and Eve came to the Garden of Eden with, like, yes, you're right. The Genesis account of this does not say this all clearly. Some of it doesn't even kind of hint at all. There are parts missing from this part of the Bible. Like, yes, let's just assume that that's a thing. That is one of the things Mormons are peculiar about. We think there's gaps and mistranslations in the Bible.
I don't. I think there's mistranslations in the most common versions of the Bible, but not in the actual original texts.
Oh, you mean like older than the Dead Sea Scrolls kind of shit?
Well, Dead Sea Scrolls are accurate. But yeah.
Yes, the older the text is, the more likely it is to be actually pretty right, spot on, to the original source material. Fewer typos, fewer. Oh, well, 400 years ago this word meant that.
Yeah.
But we don't know that, so now we think it means something else.
Well, we get that in the King James version pretty commonly.
Yes.
The key one causing all those issues at the moment is the one where it's in John 1:1.
So what happens is the Adam and Eve, they come here and they have basically two big things. One, don't eat the fruit. Yes, there are other commandments mentioned, like tend to the garden and eat. But there's also other, of really meaningful, noteworthy commandments, or at least ones that are obviously drawing attention. There's don't eat the fruit of knowledge of good and evil, and go have kids so everyone else of these unborn spirits can come have life too. Because, believe me, it'll be good for them. And most of them will actually quite like it.
Okay, hang on. So he definitely said go have kids, but everything that you added after that is creedal.
I want to find out more from you about that later.
Okay.
Not now. I have a thing to do in 3 minutes.
Yep.
So, yeah, we believe that Adam and Eve, when they, it sounds like 1 Timothy 2 is particular about this, and it sounds like you're confident you believe 1 Timothy 2 is particular in a specific way.
Yo, yeah. 100%.
It sounds like you have done more highly academic versions of research into this than I have. But the Mormon standpoint on it, basically, is that Adam and Eve, yes, the serpent definitely helped with the whole knowledge of good and evil actually getting eaten part, but we believe that Adam and Eve, in partaking of the fruit,
They were not. No, it was not part of his plan. No.
Again, this is my personal interpretation. Let me rephrase that. Parts of this are actually taught by the Mormons. Parts of this are Andrew's personal interpretation of things that have been very helpful for him to reconcile parts of his own life that are exceptionally difficult to reconcile. More on that another day.
Yeah, I get it, more or less. You go do your thing. Write your notes down and go and you got like 1 minute left to write a note to yourself to remember the conversation and then come and ask me a question tomorrow or later or whatever.
Great, I don't need to ask you a question. My final comment is Adam and Eve were given two conflicting commandments and they decided that, okay, it is inconvenient that we do have legitimate things we need to take care of, that not only is there a difference between good and evil, but they also coexist. They happen at the same time. People can be good and evil. Or at least do good and evil.
Again, that's creedal. That's not what the Bible says. That is implied by humans. Yep. That is not what it says.
The point was,
yeah.
They had two commandments to choose between, and they chose the one that was more important for them and for everyone else who was around.
No and no. No and no.
Evil.
Nope.
Right.
I disagree.
We'll talk later.
Okay. Catch you later.
The Federation of Super Earth, keeping managed democracy safe with the lives of our heroes, protecting freedom from tyranny with the gentle touch of an iron fist. But liberty's enemies march ever closer. Together, we must take back control of freedom.
Together for managed democracy. Together for victory. Together for liberty. Together for liberty.
Together, they fight for freedom. Will you? to protect your future. Dispense peace with the ultimate weaponry. Become a legend.
The thing that I need to go for, no one's actually showed up for it. Which is funny. Anyway, I'm gonna bring it up.
The galaxy's last lie of offense. Pre-order now.
Today's done.
Hi everybody, my name is
The type of greed that they talked about in the Bible. This dude is trying to get rid of all the competition.
He has been dating her new boyfriend Lewis for over a week. Small reporter.
I hate to interrupt this conversation right now. You won't interrupt it, but I know, but this might be good for you. How much do I have to pay? No, bro, I'm talking to her right now. Can you just give me 5 minutes? This is important, though. I was gonna give you a lap. I was gonna pay for your lap dance. Bro, give us 5 minutes. Then all right. You just missed out on a great opportunity, my friend. I'm looking up a lifetime. Yo, my guy's trying to dial in, bro. He's really trying to lock the fuck in. What was that guy saying before?
When I was talking to anybody, it's none of your goddamn business. See you later.
That was great. Thank you for that.
Going to a corn convention to have a conversation with a professional cream gobbler is absolutely diabolical to begin with. Bro really thought he was going to make it work. But buddy, 11 out of 10 times is not going to work out because she has collected more DNA than the FBI.
Meanwhile, how do I claim that? How do I be proud of that? That's probably the hardest thing I'm dealing with. How do I be proud and defend my girl who everyone can have access to online? No, it's not a person, but it feels like everyone can have access to her. How do I feel like that? That's because it doesn't feel.
The women today are starting an OF and failing.
I'm out. No, I'm out. Yep, we've done this before. Go away. I beeped. I beeped. Did that... Oh, it came back. Does that save... Oh, I was gonna save. Bloody hell.
Hi, Chubby Chinga. Hi, Chubby Chinga. Hi, Chubby Chinga. Okay, make sure you're alright. Oi, mine. One. One, two, three. Shit, pause. Getting away on me here. 4 is 1.75. That's annoying. 4. Oh, I hate when it does that. Pause. Mm-hmm. That crashes out on this one, which then crashes out on this crazy ass one, which is just wild. I probably wouldn't even take that track. Oh, I probably would. I would. Yeah, I would. 1, 2, 3, 4 is 1.7. And then it just looks good. Looks good, bro. And then it's out of here.
Okay. I wasn't looking. I'm an idiot. I get it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. So this swap here is 1, 2, 3. No. The cracks here. That's the brake. Okay. Now, this annoys me because what should I do here? One, two, three, four. I'm on 5. 5 is like 2.2 or something. That's a monster trade. That's insane. See, I'd just about close that there and just reset. Let's assume that I don't. Okay. I don't, and I get it. Alright. This is what I need to do. I need to learn. I mean, this is, it's only a 12-hour trade. It's a 12-hour trade. This whole setup here is 16 hours, 17 hours. So there's 1% for a day. I mean, patience, Padawan. Patience. Go back to the 3. Grab the bar. Okay. This breaks out of here. We're at 1 to 1 now. Okay. And at 1 to 1 here, we run it. What else was on my list? Washing machine.
Fine. WA6 S WA6 5 F 5S2 you are 5S2 you are WSA. Boop. Five F Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me. Let's talk about all the good things and the bad things that may be. Let's talk about sex.
This policewoman is going viral for all of the right reasons and also all of the wrong ones because unfortunately the situation she found herself is so absurd, but she navigated it absolutely superbly and you already have probably seen clips of this. I'm talking about a young policewoman who found herself in a situation in the streets of London where a priestly preacher decided that he would like to share his words of his religion and so he got up in a public space to talk and to share his words of wisdom. Unfortunately, some Islamists were in the area and they thought this was very inappropriate because it's where they lived and they don't believe that Christianity should be preached in a community.
Chat, how long have you been watching the channel? Let me know in the comments.
Fuck off.
So you woke me up for what?
You need to leave.
This dude sounds like Batman.
You need to leave. I need you. Gone. You gotta go.
Can we revisit this after the holidays?
No. Today.
Why is she sounding like she's speaking in corporate talk? Can we? I was just seeing if we could maybe circle back in a couple weeks on this topic.
We're not doing that after holidays and prolonging this whole process.
So you're gonna ruin the holidays for everyone, for the kids, for my family.
Wasn't on your mind when you did what you did. And we're not doing this. This is cyclical. This is a cycle, which you know.
Okay, but what? Okay, so your birthday, I was planning something real big, and now can we like?
No, that's 7-8 months out.
So there is no reconciliation right now?
No. There's always a reconciliation, there's always a reclamation, there's always a recycle. We're not, no, you gotta go.
Are you really doing this right now?
Are you doing that right now on camera?
I've been trying. I've done everything. I tried so hard, but didn't get really far. You asked me to do.
We're in your studio right now. You gotta go.
Pack your bags, Patricia. Please don't do this. Like, the holidays are coming, the kids were...
Put this on me. Like, let's not do this. Don't put it on me.
You've been going through so much.
You've been putting yourself in so much. These are your actions.
Don't do this. It smells like she may have cheated. We can fix this.
There's no fixing. You gotta go. You gotta go.
Like this kid. Right now is the end of you. It's not happening right now.
It has to
I
happen
can't
right
lose
now.
you.
It's already lost.
But I thought about that.
It's already lost.
Please, can...
For those who don't know, accusing someone of doing the exact thing you're doing is a very common tactic people like.
Okay, maybe she was accusing him of cheating and she actually cheated. So, apparently there's some more lore to this. Is it this?
I just ran off every R word in the book. We're not revisiting. We're not doing anything. There's no renovation of this. Just don't drag this out any longer. You gotta go.
I've given you the opportunity to correct the things that you've needed to correct in this relationship.
And they've been corrected without
And I feel like it's not being reciprocated for me. I feel like I've given you all the opportunity to do what needs to be done, and you
and not
don't give me the same
just to get the things done that I need to fix. I know I can fix it. Please.
You need to rectify with yourself. Now, obvious manipulators like this aren't the ones you have to look out for.
I want to know what she did, though. I want to know, did she fuck another man? We may never know. I waited 9 months for him to not even be mine. Oh, brutality.
If you think he thinks you're wifey material, what he's telling you is that he sees in you a good servant.
Wow.
Sadly, though, there are someone out there that genuinely believe this. And that
Oh, can we not? I didn't really want to do this slot. This might be good.
Take any pictures of myself?
Why not?
I don't know.
Oh, really? Oh, we had just met on the street. Hey, excuse me. I do portraits just all over Portland, and I think you have great style. Yeah, I'm wondering if you'd be down for some portraits. Yeah? Can I show you what I do really quick? It'd be like me approaching, like right now. We'd do like a 5-minute shoot. You down with that? Have you ever done any modeling or anything? No? Okay. Yeah.
Take any pictures of myself or anything.
Really? Why not?
sad. This is mothers and sisters that do this to these women. Oh, she's so sad.
CIG continues to disappoint and piss off backers and players like no company has ever done before. Latest case, the register says Gamers Furious has breached Studio Cloud Imperial Games quietly admits to data breach. This happened over a month ago, but they did not dignify themselves to send an email warning people about the breach. Slow disclosure and not reassurance that exposing names and contact details won't be a problem isn't going down well. How the hell could it? They should have told us. They should have told us the moment it happened, guys. This is the case. We had a problem. We got hacked. They have your information. Wherever is available here, they have it, okay? You've been warned. That would be...
Kickstart. Head start. 0% language. 100% understanding. What language do they not speak at all?
What are you doing? Move away?
Tai Lung did everything right. Trained harder than anyone. Sacrificed more than anyone. Became exactly what his master told him to become. And when the moment finally came, they didn't even say no. They just...
What did you do?
20 years in a prison cell. That's what he got for checking every box. We call him a villain, but his story teaches us something most people miss.
He wasn't really.
Potential, and it might be the most important lesson.
He
in the
wasn't a
entire
villain
film.
until they made him one.
Back to where the damage began. Let's recall this.
They made him one. Jennifer Connelly. Oh, I had a crush on that
doesn't
chick.
Start as a villain. He starts as a baby, left at the doorstep of the Jade Palace. No note, no name. Just a snow leopard cub waiting for someone to decide if he was worth keeping. Shifu took him in, not just as a student, but as something closer to a son. He raised him, trained him, and somewhere along the way told him the one thing that would ruin his life.
He believed in him. He told him he was destined for greatness.
Tai Lung spent his whole childhood trying to become something he'd been told he already was. He mastered everything they put in front of him, every form, every technique. Because when someone tells you the finish line is real, you run. You don't ask if the race was yours to begin with. And the cool part, he was good at it. The best student the Jade Palace had ever seen. Proof that Shifu's life had meant something. Tai Lung wasn't just a warrior, he was a mirror that made his master feel like a master. But someone else was watching. Oogway. And he wasn't smiling. The film tells us Oogway saw darkness in his heart. We're supposed to accept that. Wise tortoise, evil snow leopard, end of story. But look closer. Shifu didn't want to see what Oogway saw, so he kept training him, kept promising him. Then the day came. Tai Lung stood in front of the scroll, the thing he'd been promised since he was a cub, and waited for his life to finally begin. Oogway refused, and Shifu, the man who made him, who promised him, said nothing. Watch that moment. That's not anger on Tai Lung's face. Not yet. As a kid, realizing his father isn't going to save him. That silence broke something that was never going to heal. What happens next isn't pretty. Tai Lung rages, attacks the valley, hurts people, and Shifu, the man who raised him, loved him, was supposed to stop him, but he couldn't. In the film, Master Tigress says it plainly.
And Shifu had to destroy what he had created. But how could he?
So Oogway did it instead. A prison built specifically for him. Chains, darkness, a cage designed to hold the weapon Shifu made. We're supposed to think he got what he deserved. Tai Lung did something unforgivable, true. But the thing that made him, the pressure, the promises, the identity he never got to choose, that started long before he threw the first punch. Nobody went to prison for that. The easy read on Tai Lung is that he couldn't handle rejection. Arrogant prodigy gets told no for the first time, throws a tantrum, becomes a monster. Simple. But that's the story we tell because it's comfortable. It makes him the problem. And if he's the problem, we don't have to look at anything else. But that's not the whole story. Tai Lung never believed in himself. He believed in Shifu's belief in him. Every punch, every form, every sleepless night of training, it was never about kung fu. It was about staying worthy in the eyes of the man who saved him. That's the trap of being chosen. You spend the rest of your life terrified they'll change their mind. The scroll wasn't a prize to Tai Lung. It was proof.
The validation.
Proof that the love was real. Proof that the promise meant something. Proof that he existed as more than just someone else's project. And when Oogway refused, Tai Lung didn't lose a title. He lost the only evidence he had that he mattered at all. Now, look at Shifu. We want to feel bad for him. The movie lets us. He's the sad old master haunted by his great...
Stay. Good boy. Just wait there. Good boy. Yep, you just wait till she comes in. Good boy. Just wait till she walks past and then it's all on. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Just 1 minute. Hi. So, I needed something out of my toolbox to finish the job. My toolbox is in the car. So that's why I didn't do it. Water exhaustion. Maybe I did. today, both. There was like 6 in the house today. Couldn't really, because I didn't catch them doing it. Crazy. Trying to put our rubbish bins out. Yeah, I don't care. I was thinking it, but I was upset when the other guy showed up with the lawnmowers. Well, yeah, but not at first. Well, actually, the first thing I was doing is I was making sure it wasn't I'm like, yep, and you wait, oh wait. So when he eventually stopped and turned it off, and I'm like, do we have a contractor that does our walls? He goes, yeah, every second Monday. It's normal. Yeah, we do it for years. So you pay to do my lawns? Yeah. Didn't you know? I'm like, guess I do now. Carry on, sir. Right. Good to know. No, but good to know. The letterbox itself is on a lot of fucking QA, Yeah. Fucking random fucking think that's too far, or do you think I should do it? Okay. He's had his one, you reckon? No, it just crossed my mind. Second strike. He doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't get a.
If you do that, it will force the agency to
Yeah.
deal with the problem, because they'll have to. The staff will have to escalate it to management, or coordination. They'll have to escalate it to management. Put it in their monthly report. Blah blah blah. Bring in some fucking behaviour specialists. And tell and work with him to try and get him to understand that he cannot just
New people, new rules.
take it upon himself to go onto someone's property and uplift their bins. He can't do that. He has to get permission. They have to know and they have to agree to
I can
it.
understand that that's not necessarily natural and that it doesn't go in. I get it, but at 50 or whatever he does need to understand and respect boundaries. Right?
Which is never ever going to improve.
Correct. But those rules can still be learned
Everyone thinks he's a pain in the ass.
Oh,
which makes him
worse.
Get
it makes people get shorter with him.
Yeah.
Which is what happened with me.
So they can try to implement some kind of adaptive functioning, but part of an intellectual disability is a lack of adaptive functioning. So they can try to manage it. Maybe they just let him do it and not, maybe he's improved. But
If look,
I'd say that there is probably very little behaviour support in this country now.
You know what I would say? I would say that ideally speaking, they should have come and spoken to us already. Oh, you're new. There's this guy, and this is the behaviours, and this is what's expected of him, and this is what he knows, and this is what he doesn't, and he might do this, and this is how you should deal with it. That should have happened.
Should have happened, but there might be a policy in place not to stigmatise and to integrate into the community.
Oh, that sounds fucking left, doesn't it?
No, it could be. I don't know.
Yeah.
Needs a stopper.
Yes. Yeah, least drama. No, isn't it nice? As long as you avoid the dog pee, you'll be fine. Nope. Just yeah. No, because that one was new and I missed it. No. Doesn't. He doesn't attack. Good job, Shane. You did well. You did better than you think you did. You'll be happy to know that today was fucking sport day. Carried on until these three have been here all fucking day, which I think is very good. Karen on the loudspeaker. Actually, she wasn't too bad, to be honest. She was freezing fucking cold. The shivers and the shit. And she did tell me she wanted to go outside, so she said it's going to be okay. Yeah, normally she'll get down a carry. She was sitting on the bed carry. So I didn't understand what she was trying to say. I did capture the moment of trying to find a new house instead of buying. It feels like that. New property that she's going to live. Someone about feedback yesterday. I was sitting there and I'm like, oh, I got that from my sister. She's nice. It was like, fucking hell. Well, the guy was Yeah. Yeah, so I should be grateful for you by this point.
Oh, and about her new phone, I said, well, she still hasn't sorted out. I said, well, you need to buy a new SIM card for it. And she was like, oh, no. There's a Spark shop at Bayfair. You should take it to them. Take your old phone. Take your new phone. Ask them what you need. Tell them you want to switch your old number over. And they should be able to help you. So she wrote it down.
Camera's on. In hindsight, was I too harsh with the guy? Maybe. You know, not everyone's going to be nice to you. Yeah, they wouldn't. They were glued on too, so I needed my gunk so I could clean the glue off. That's what I needed. So that's done. See, I do things. Sometimes. Oh, I haven't. I need to organise. I need to make that proper. No, I like that. I just got to organise it. That's all. I haven't organised it. I just shoved. I hear what you're saying. Yes. Or stuff that needs shelves.
That's useful. The reason that's useful is the same reason it's useful for you. It doesn't have a big floor footprint. It's tall. It makes use of the height of the room.
I understand. Yeah, the builders think he's a nuisance
The other neighbour, the lady, whose driveway's been blocked out of her driveway by the concrete.
too. Yeah,
So he's probably done what everybody fucking wants to do. Fuck off! Don't come back!
Yeah, now that I've done it, everyone else can. That's the thing, like, I'm the one that gets chucked under the bus, because I'm the one that's not fucking afraid to say something.
Yeah.
You know? And you know
You're
what?
the one that gets banned off Reddit. Now everyone else will be like, nah, fuck the blues.
Yeah, I've blue fatigue. I've made a new word. I put it out there, and then got banned for it.
Yeah.
Blue fatigue. I'm gonna put it everywhere I can fucking figure out I can put it, because I want to be the guy that made it up.
Yeah.
Blue fatigue. I have blue fatigue. In fact, I said that to a guy today, and he started cracking the fuck up.
Really?
And he knew exactly what I fucking meant. And he's a Mormon.
Is this still at the cafe?
Oh, yeah. I was on the internet. That started a conversation. Look what I've got. He loves it
He does.
here. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want her to think he's abandoned her. So,
Good boy, you cleaned yourself. Cleaned yourself.
hello.
Clean. Your own shower. Gave yourself your own high pressure shower.
So,
High pressure clean out of the innards.
yeah, that happened.
We're just gonna have chicken and buns and things again.
I've already had some. In fact, I left it on the bench, and I'm like,
But you didn't know that it was on the floor as well, so I still found the evidence.
so guilty until proven guilty. So, fine, it's good. That's good because I've already had a little bit, so I'm not like hungry and shit. So just graze and jank, and it's definitely nicer warmed, by the way.
I don't care. We'll eventually return to some form of normalcy.
It's fine. This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine.
There's nothing to fucking stress about.
Yeah.
The big shit's done. Are you up for that? Okay, can't you do that online? Oh no, wait, in medical. Um. I might pull the washing machine. No, washing machine apart again tomorrow, so I can pull the serial number off that pump because there's two pumps, and I don't know if they're different or which one's just cheaper. Because one's in stock and one's not. One's an official Samsung part, one's a replacement part, and I don't know if they're compatible. So I might pull it off, grab the serial number, and ring them. Because it's $33 plus delivery for the part, which is worth it for the risk for me. I think it's better than a $50 doesn't work. It's better than a $20,000 washing machine. No, it's good. I said to do that. So far, so easy.
Oh, I appreciate that you looking into that washing machine thing because I was thinking,
Yeah, well, we might have to do that once
yeah,
or something.
we might have to do that once, and that will be fine. I mean, these are large machines are 22 kilograms.
Well, that's everything in one hit, basically. So. It's like those blue-haired people, isn't it?
Yeah, you know what? It is a nuisance, but I'm really not that.
Who cares?
Upset about it.
It's a fucking. We can hand wash shit for a day or two until we get sorted. Big fucking what to do. Like normal people. You know, I watched a thing on Iran today. It was actually a Persian kid who can't say too much, otherwise they might find him.
And kill him.
But he's like, since 1980, and then the guy commentating on it is like, in 1979 there was a civil war and shit went sideways and has been sideways ever since. And he obviously knows more about it. Like fucking, that long-haired guy that, anyway, yeah, that guy that nobody likes, but he's brilliant. He's so intelligent. Anyway, so knowledgeable at least.
Who?
Asmongold.
Oh right, I've heard of him, but I don't really know.
So anyway, Asmund, this kid's like this kid made this video like as a letter to Asmongold, like thank you for hearing us, thank you for seeing us, but this is how bad it really is.
Wow.
A loaf of bread is $2,000. No wait, $4,000. Loaf of bread is $4,000 of their currency. Right? They measure their currencies in log 10, which because they have to crunch the numbers because it's like a month's rent is $26 million.
Spelling bee had the Persian currency, so we should know what the Persian.
Raul or Rail or Ra.
Yeah,
Real or something.
Maybe
yeah.
That's.
He says, but that's the currency. But they've also got like Tia, which is like you take $1 million off because we get sick of talking about millions and billions for loaves of bread. Right. A car. So a 2001 Toyota Hilux with 400,000 Ks on it currently, for sale, is $26,000 here, which is the equivalent of $438 billion. So nobody has a car, nobody has a house, nobody has a job, because you're earning $150 a week, US, and rent is like $6,000 a month, US. So when you hear about 10 people to a house, it's more like 40. Because otherwise you are living in a mud hut. This is Iran. Iran in...
I would like to see that video.
Iran in 1985...
If you could send it to me. I would really like to know that stuff.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
I do, because I'm only getting mainstream shit. And mainstream shit is bullshit. And I'm not even. And I'm getting slightly off mainstream shit, but that's still not as real as what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's wild shit. I'm probably getting the numbers wrong, but not by much, right?
Yeah.
One of the stats he said is since 1980, the currency has increased 198,000. No, yeah, 198,000%. Like $1 is now should be like $2,000 or something. So, I mean that'll be in my history from today. So let me just.
Yeah, do send it to me, and I will check my emails eventually. I'm avoiding it because of our move.
Somebody did. Somebody knew. Found it. Ending.
These keys.
They're all my keys. Proton? Proton?
Failure, unable to love again. But Shifu wasn't a victim here. He was the architect. Every time he told a child he was destined for greatness, that was a brick. Every time he pushed him to train until his bones cracked, another brick. He built Tai Lung to prove something about himself. And when that proof started showing
Did I
cracks,
mute
he didn't take
myself?
responsibility. That's the betrayal Tai Lung couldn't survive. Not Oogway's refusal. Oogway didn't raise him.
Mute the video?
Promise him anything. But Shifu did.
I mute.
Shifu looked his son in the eye at the worst moment of his life and chose silence.
Who filled my head with dreams? Who drove me to train?
Thank you for your service.
Damage 0.2%, comedy 99%.
That's playing noises.
Arabs are just too funny.
This is why they're not allowed to.
Getting no sound.
Real? Bluetooth disconnected.
That's playing.
Fear bath
to my speakers.
And shooting imaginary game-winning shots in the Great Western Forum, I knew one thing was real. I fell in love with you. A love
Which I'm not playing.
I gave you my all. From my mind and body.
That's pretty funny. Why is this not playing now through my sound system? Okay. So, for some reason, this guy is not doing what he says he is doing. Or I'm muted. No, I'm not muted. Or I'm silent. No, I'm definitely not silent. Or I'm not. Or I'm not plugged in. What the fuck is going on?
Bigger and faster than
And now
kids
it
in their
works.
league
For
or
no
the
fucking
active
reason,
league.
now it works. Okay.
Now, as they grow up, this difference should eventually shrink to nothing, but it doesn't. Because the young kids who show the most promise are given more time on the ice and
Pardon? No. He made dog smells. very dog smelly in my room right now. I hope that's all he did. Yeah, so that he can let it out.
Outside.
Wait, wait.
Randy, out. Can we wait?
Outside.
10 o'clock.
Yep. Please.
10 o'clock.
I'm pulling them.
I'm not. I'm pulling ready
Yep.
for fiddle pots.
Yep. Out. Out.
Out. 10 o'clock.
Outside. Keep going.
Sit down outside.
Just do level one. Full fill. Yeah, I understand. Good boy. Fiddle pot, honey.
Doesn't want to go down the stairs, eh?
Good girl. Okay, you gotta come inside now. No, she doesn't like the stairs. That's the...
She can do them, but she doesn't like them.
No, she doesn't like it. She doesn't like going up and down anything, like children stuff. New power company is near dying. Near dying. Emails coming through this place. Can you see TV here?
That means as though they've
Yeah.
sold themselves.
Flicked themselves off.
Yeah, flicked themselves off to Meridian, as you call it. Meridian.
I've only ever seen one, but I'm told there's at least two. Nick. Bit appearance. I already told you it's a parenting issue.
Well, I know that because Monica was never a screamer. She was never like that. What those people next door to us were like. Or what the Cooper's parents, Cooper's fucking
Well,